I've got so many messages as soon as the World Baseball Classic, as soon as people realized that Panama was playing the Dutch, with my diatribe on the Dutch. When I gave the story about the whole diatribe on the Dutch, the people are like, "Oh my God, Panama's playing the Dutch." She's like, "I'm aware of this. I know, I know." That's what's great. Steve, here we go. I got this. I'll be wearing my Team Panama jersey on Friday. Just letting you all know. Spoiler. Regardless of what happens, because at the same time, I know Panama shit. I'm aware of that. But they did beat Chinese Taipei. So, look, I'll take it. I'll take it, goddammit.
You heard it here first. Spoiler alert for Friday's show.
Yeah, I'll be wearing my Team Panama jersey. I got one. Don't think I don't. I got one. You better believe it. And I'll be wearing it. That's from not the last World Baseball Cup, but the one before that, because they didn't qualify for the last one. Because they suck.
Tell us how you really feel, Carlos.
They got no hit by the Dutch, Steve. They got no hit. No hit by the Dutch. But anyway, my point is, Steve, they got no hit by the Dutch. It's hard to sink lower than getting no hits by the clog-wearing Dutchman. Great for metal music, but not so much for baseball traditionally. You know, if it was a battle of the bands and we lost to the Dutch, I accept this fate. Like, you know, we're clearly not as good as they are on it. I've listened to Nightwish. I've listened to several of the bands. They're really good. But baseball is like, we're a Latin country, man. I understand we're like not on the top tier of the Latin, but come on. We almost beat Cuba once. The Dutch already beat Cuba this round. Holy crap.
Friday could be interesting.
I already told Eric, I go, no matter what happens, this is going to be fun. We got the SP Legendary thing. I've watched some of the breaks. They're brutal. They're real bad. They're real bad. And then you got Ken Golden riding a horse. And then they pulled Steven Reinprecht, which was one of the ones that I made fun of on Friday. I was like, oh, yeah. And I literally said it to Eric. I go, the Steven Reinprecht has been pulled, Eric. Yes. Yes. Like I said, I'm going to have fun, guys. And if the Aaron Rodgers news drops, if he is a Jet by Friday, holy crap, it might be a new record. I won't need a year end. I will just play that live stream. That'll be my year end. I will be in rare form at that point. If the Rodgers thing happens on Friday with the rest of the shit and the Dutch, that'll be my entire highlight reel. I'll just play the whole thing. Why don't they listen to me, Eric? Number one, as promised, I'm wearing the goddamn jersey. But the outside of the Aaron Rodgers thing, it is as I have foreseen. It was as the prophecy foretold. Nobody heeded my warning about the Dutch, and now they have stomped with their clog-wearing ways on our faces. The good news is Panama was not no hit. They got 7 hits. The Dutch got 8 hits. So, like, it's improvement, and they scored a run.
It is improvement. They didn't get no hit again. So
it was 3-1. It was reasonably competitive. They did score a run. They did get hits. It at least was a competitive ball game. I did not know Xander Bogaerts was on the Netherlands team. He's actually good at baseball.
Yeah. Who knew?
I was like, what? Really? Apparently he had been on the team previous. Mind you, he was younger when he was on it the last couple of times, so I didn't really notice. But in this case, like, he hit a home run in that game. So, like, at this point, Xander Bogaerts was a top 10 MVP guy last year. Like, he's actually very good. He's better than anybody Panama has. And I'm like, well, this sucks.
Yeah, obviously he's known for playing here in Boston, and I don't remember ever hearing of his Dutch ancestry.
Apparently he's from Aruba, which is one of the places that I guess is owned by the Dutch or protected or some kind of relationship.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, apparently that's part of the deal, is that there's some of these islands and territories and things, and if you're born in one of these ones, well, then there you go. You team notice. Like, Andrew Jones is one of the bench coaches. And I was like, Andrew Jones, really? Probably the same thing. Probably the same association. I did also enjoy putting in the little the thing with the windmills and then flipping to the negatives. We had to play.
Should try to get flames coming out of them.
I was a little bit short on time. I wanted to make sure I still gave a nice clip off the top, but I'm still very proud of it. In short notice, I still feel very proud that we got it in there.
No, very nice.
All right, so real quick, Hagagi 99. Carlos, what are your thoughts? Oh, by the way, this is episode 127 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. Probably Dutch slander. That's probably what this episode will be about. I didn't get my Aaron Rodgers thing though. That would have been awesome. But no, not so much. What are your thoughts on SCI taking content ideas by Sport Car Radio by posting their own flipping golden video? Who would have thought they would lead their ideas? Everybody's stealing ideas these days, apparently. I did see that episode. I did find it amusing. Good evening, friends and fellow cardboard enthusiasts, collectors, and connoisseurs. Thank you, Tom. Is anybody going to take their shirt off like C Blizz did? Well, I'm wearing 2 layers and it's still cold for me. And we got dumped about 10 or 15 centimeters of snow overnight. So I was looking like all through the day, it was just snow. And I'm like, not going outside today.
Listen, I am in so much debt right now because of you. And these idiots that we have come on the show and then have their own shows. I am paying for like buttons on 5 freaking shows now. So if Hockey 99 somehow can send some money my way, I'll do this whole show naked.
I think we would get more money for you not to do that.
Whatever. Then I am threatening to do this whole show naked until I get some money coming my way, because I can no longer afford paying for like buttons for 5 shows. And this is all your fault. I know you and everyone else has heard this many times, but I hate you. I dislike you greatly. And this show is stupid.
In that vein, I will continue with the comments. Let's scroll through here. This is a good comment, so thank you all for the comments early on. Wow, it's a lot of them, actually. Okay, real quick. So Orlando here, good evening. Got that. Orlando, good evening. Black and white. Yes, it was a flashback. It was a flashback to Wednesday. So that was for me in the Insert Revolution podcast. Went over there and we chatted about a lot of different things. We were talking about player collecting past a player's post-playing day career. Pretty good. And then, I had a little fun at the end, giving a little foreshadowing to Friday. Like, we were close, man. Like, the Aaron Rodgers thing was moving a little bit. It was moving a little bit. And I was like, come on, make it happen. It would have been funny to have it all. Get a Mud called. Perfect. Okay, you guys are chatting with each other. All good. Let me scroll through. I think Xander is Dutch. Yep. Well, he's part of the Netherlands team, so he's there. Good game last night, Eric.
I got a comment for that. Listen to this crap. So here is possibly, and I'm being serious to a point, possibly the best hockey game of the year in the NHL. You got the Bruins, best record in the league, 10-game win streak, going up against Connor McDavid, the Oilers, 2 great teams in Boston. And guess what? The only way we could see it here in Boston is if we paid like $50 to get ESPN Plus. It wasn't on the regular channel. It wasn't on ESPN, TBS, TNT, nothing. You had to pay $50 for like $49.99 or whatever the hell to get ESPN Plus to watch possibly the best game of the year. They planned this out a long time ago because there was no other games televised nationally last night during that time period. So you can't go, well, I can't watch the Bruins. I guess I'll watch St. Louis. Nope. So there are a lot of pissed off people calling the sports station today just absolutely rip shit that we couldn't watch the game last night. So
and it's weird because over here we pay extra in our package not to have Boston Bruins games. It's odd.
You suck.
Bob Jackson says, is that your Van Halen, Carlos? Yeah, jersey? Yes. Yes, sir. Good reference, Bob. Scratch that then. I thought I read from the Netherlands. Aruba. But apparently that still counts. Netherlands. It's all Netherlands. And as Carlos says, it shouldn't be called the Netherlands. Curacao. Yeah. There's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of like islands and things that qualifies under the umbrella. Look, Like I said, between the clogs and the windmills, they got some kind of racket going on. Like I don't know. Like I feel like they've annexed a bunch of places and have just taken them. It's like, yes, you're part of the Netherlands now, but wait, you're all the Netherlands. Okay then, fair enough.
We're going to get our next great baseball player from Guam.
And it'll be part of the Netherlands by then. My country's so limited baseball, we would lose to the Springfield Isotopes. At least Australia has a professional league. So, that's, like, trust me, you can do worse. No updates on the PSA Canada channel regarding the big meeting. Brad literally wasn't back yet. So, yeah. Kids probably think it's a Minecraft world map of the Netherlands. Yes, very true. Thank you, Michael Ham. Appreciate it.
Freaking Michael Ham.
I started assembling my raised garden this evening. Tomatoes, peppers. Hey, man, you got to do what you got to do. I could have tried that, but I would have had to put it around the snowman. Didn't Australia win game 1? I believe. I know they're in one of the pools, so I haven't seen what they've done yet. Let's see. Has Australia played? Yeah, Australia's 1-0. They're good. Right now, at least they're so the top 2 in each pool make it. So, like right now, the one I showed you is from the standings, that little clip at the end. That's from the standings. So right now, the Netherlands in Pool A is the only one that is 2-0. Chinese Taipei is 1-1. Panama handed them their one loss. Italy is 1-1. They're going to play Panama tonight, so in another 3 hours, give or take. Cuba has lost twice, so Cuba's 1-2 and Panama's 1-2. So I'm very surprised. Cuba, I don't think has their best squad right now, but I am usually they're at least solid. So the fact that they lost to the Netherlands, the juggernaut Dutch, and they also lost, I believe, to Italy, which did surprise me a little bit. It's like, oh wow, they started off 0-2. So finally, Cuba got off and won a game against Panama, of course. Thanks. Anyway, we can pay to make Eric put on more clothes, maybe a mask. Probably true.
Shut up, Bob.
Idiots. Strong words of friends, Eric. Strong words. He has many of the strong words. Not the best words, strong words. I thought that came from case breaks of SP Legends signatures. He's in denial about that. He doesn't want to think about it. Although the Stephen Reinprecht Super Collection is well underway. It's happening. Eric sounds like he might hit time to ask BGS for a pay raise. Yes. Good evening, Jeff. Hit the like button. We like Eric. Thank you, Orlando. Scroll through here. 50% off my eBay listing for you, Eric, if you do the show naked. Wow. Somebody's actually trying to bribe you.
Only 50%? I get that. You better put up that Gordie Howe coin. That Sheriff Gordie Howe coin I want.
Yep. And then some references to what you were talking about. ESPN Plus is free on Hulu. You can also bundle it with Disney Plus.
You have to buy the bundle though, right? And it's like, all right, so I think we may have Hulu, but we don't have ESPN Plus, and that's what you had to get. So
ESPN is $5.99 a month. Lies. Triple X instituted for the next month.
I don't know. They were yelling. Listen, I'll be honest. I haven't looked into it. I'm not interested. They were yelling about $49 on the radio this morning. So
I really don't think like almost all the streaming ones. I don't think that's necessary. Like for less than that, I could get the full hockey package of everything. Hell, they bundle it. For less than that, they bundle it. I can have the streaming hockey package and the WWE Network equivalent. So like they bundle that, and then I think they throw in some of the soccer stuff, so I can watch Bundesliga.
Oh, wow.
it's all bundled under. It's like $35, but like for $35, it's like you get all the hockey stream, you get the WWE Network thing, so you get the WWE pay-per-views if you want them, and then on top of that, you also get some of the soccer ones, and I think they throw in something else that I forget. So I'm like, that's not a bad package. You're getting a decent amount of stuff stacked on it, and it's just one payment for that, and that's streaming if you want it. And you can go month to month, or you can turn it off whenever. So valid question. Why would you do a show that's stupid? Eric's not a smart man.
No, I'm 10 times as stupid as the show is, but that doesn't take away that the show is stupid.
We love it. Hit the likes. NHL is on ESPN, and they never talk about it. Stephen A. Smith doesn't discuss hockey. I don't think Stephen A. Smith knows anything about hockey.
Oh, you beat me to it. I don't think he knows hockey as a sport. I don't think he's even aware that it exists.
Yeah, and honestly, would you rather have the guy talk about something he legitimately does not know or care about? Like, what benefit would that be? You would want someone that actually has a background in it to speak on the matter. It would be better. Somebody who watches the product would be good. So let's see. Hockey on ESPN Plus with Hulu is the bomb. Never watched so much hockey. There you go. Sounds good, Paul. And I know you were kind of paying attention to New Jersey. So how's New Jersey doing? Like I said, regular season, I'm not paying super close attention. I will get my updates when Robertson scores because someone will send them to me, or I'll see them on the Discord. So if Robertson scores, I know about it. Could they possibly make it any tougher to find the WBC games on TV? I don't know what it is like stateside. I'm not sure. I don't have the answer to that. I can tell you that our Sportsnet networks here, the one we've got in Canada, actually is doing all the WBC games. So I've been able to PVR them, and it's actually been very easy to watch. I can also watch them online if I want to. So I have both options. So for me, it's been pretty easy. But stateside, I'm not sure how it's broken up. Mind you, the time difference is weird. Like, for example, the games, they're out in Asia for that Pool A. So it's literally 6 a.m. games or 11 p.m. games. You're starting really early or really late. So it's a little bit tough to catch. So that's why the PVR comes in. Hulu ESPN Plus bundle. Yep. It's only $49.90 there due to the mass tax. There you go.
Bob, you're coming in hot today, Bob. You're coming in hot.
You should have your sign ready. You need to be on your game. You need to be ready here. So let's go. Hulu with the live TV automatically comes with ESPN Plus, a great deal. But yeah, the ESPN on its own isn't worth it. ESPN Plus on its own isn't worth it. That's fair. The how coin is listed. There you go. Stephen A. Smith actually covered the Flyers. Dude is a hacky troll and people fall for it. Yeah. His job is to get a reaction. That's the key there. New Jersey having an offense for the first time in most of our lives. Amazing. There you go. Good ball. Glad to hear it. Eric, how do you not own a Connor McDavid card when he's a top 5 player of all time? Wow, he's got him already in the top 5? Jeez.
Because, well, yeah, that's a different debate. The reason I don't own one is because then I couldn't buy the stuff I actually like because I have now taken that money and put it to something I don't care about.
So you're saying you don't care about Connor McDavid? You don't like Connor McDavid?
I can't buy Bobby Orr cards if I spent money on Connor McDavid cards. And I much prefer to buy Bobby Orr cards.
I see.
Because he's number 1. You're all excited about top 5.
Okay, wait. So allegedly Gretzky scorekeeper, the person who counts as secondary assists, the official scorer, the NHL record book is full of lies, Gary Bettman. So that's already 5. I'm not even Gordie Howe, Ziggy Palffy.
We're going to get to Gordie a little bit.
Ziggy Palffy's brother, Ziggy Palffy's sister. I think I got Orr somewhere in the top 14,000. Somewhere in there. I'm comfortable in saying he's in the top 14,000. And he's definitely in the top 100 bobbies in hockey. Top 100 bobbies. I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Let's go Samurai Japan. Good evening, Zombie. I've seen a couple of WZ games listed on the Tubi app. I've heard of this one. I haven't checked it out, but it's interesting. Here we go. 05 WBC USA versus Canada in Toronto is definitely one of my favorite sporting events attended. I think I attended that game as well. It was a really good atmosphere. I think they had like 44 or 45,000 at the Dome for that. It was really good. It was actually a really good atmosphere for that game. Folks were into it. WBC on Fox and FS1 over here. Okay, gotcha. That's not too bad. The archive WWE content, the Sportsnet package is abysmal. I agree. No, I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying as a toss into other stuff, if you want to stream the hockey games, it's pretty good. Tossing in some WWE stuff. Honestly, with that one, you're not going to be looking at the archive content really very much. You're basically going to be looking at replays of the regular stuff and pay-per-views. So there is some help with that, but it's not great. The old network was much better at finding a lot of stuff. This one's not so great. There you go. Michael Ham's giving you some support there, Eric. Love Bobby Orr. And he's spelling Bobby correctly.
I don't think Michael Ham is giving me support at the moment. No,
Yes.
I don't.
Bobby Orr.
That is what he is doing. No.
I don't know. Hope he is the case soon enough. As goal scoring wise, absolutely. Goal scoring wise, he definitely is. Neil Yakupov and Alexander Degg is greater than Bobby Orr. True. It's true.
I hate this show.
Look, Paul's speaking some facts, man. What do you want? And he spelled Bobby Orr correctly.
Well, at least he's got that.
Carlos and Jeremy Lee are big Ziggy Palffy fans. I don't know if Jeremy Lee is a real Ziggy Palffy fan. I think he's a poser. He even likes to pretend he has a neck. We know he doesn't. Head floats. So, like, you don't even have a neck. How can you be a Ziggy Palffy superfan? That's lies, Hockey 99. That's fake news. Terrible.
Oh, all right. Hold up. You know how we have had some fun over the last year with what was it, lawn baseball. Yeah,
You mean lawn bowling?
yeah, lawn bowling.
Okay.
Yeah, what is it? What is it called that they play in India and stuff for like 7 days?
Oh, that's cricket.
Yeah, remember how we've had fun with our cricket jokes?
Yes.
Well, if anybody, I didn't even know these were real. Hockey Barn memorabilia on Facebook has just numerous, and I didn't even know these actually were a real thing. Numerous
Cricket cards?
cards from
Sure.
1935.
Of
So
course.
for all the major cricket fans that have been watching the show for the last couple of years and are in on the cricket joke, you may want to head over there because there are several. Now, who did we say that the best cricketer was?
Oh, Don Bradman?
Yes.
Don Bradman?
Yes, I'm trying to see if any of these are Don Bradman cards.
There you go.
Because
I'll read a couple of these comments here.
We shall purchase those for the show.
Amish Dave Archer here says Bobby Orr's most famous moment is doing a second-rate Superman impression. Amish Dave speaking some facts.
Brand new, Noel Picard autographed.
Look at how clumsy he is. He's falling over. It's terrible. Ziggy No and Eric, possibly. Cricket is on ESPN Plus too. Oh my God, Cricket's on ESPN Plus. Jeez. Ozzy Card Dad in with the cricket emoji. Man, that's serious business.
I guess I didn't know these things existed. And he's got several of them.
Oh yes. Just wait until we get to Cricket Prism. It's gonna be amazing. Your mind will be blown.
I'm sure that's coming.
Oh, look, I've already told everybody, don't sleep on Prism Bowling. When Prism Bowling comes in, to the moon, to Alpha Centauri and beyond. We're not even ready right now psychologically. It is my perception that the hockey market is up, but I could be way off. I think some stuff is. It's a mixed bag like it usually is. Do you see the baseball market taking off with the new rule changes? I think certain players will take off because some of them will benefit from the rule changes more than others. And if they come out hot, then sure. But just in general, maybe not. When we can start winding into the season, usually there's a pick me up on baseball anyway, and we're starting to head into that because we've got spring training, we've got World Baseball Classic, and then as we start getting closer to real games, then I think it'll be a lot of fun for folks. Don Bradman, that's right. Hockey Barn says free advertising. There you go. Dave should join the live stream. Dave's always welcome, but I know Dave's sometimes a little bit busy, but I know he's hanging out in the chat. But yeah, if he wants to join in, all he has to do is say so. And I am more than happy to provide the link for that. I have to agree with Eric because I have all the important Bobby Orr cards, including the 1967 General Mills serial hand cut.
Oh,
there
nice.
You go. Look at that. Give me a name. A sub to World Badminton Tour a couple weeks ago. Love it.
Did you happen, Carlos? Did you happen to see Name's Instagram at all this week?
This week I have not specifically seen it. What about
it? So as we all know, I am not a fan. Okay, I dislike him greatly. I wish him nothing but the worst. We all know this. Obviously, there is somebody else out in the world that feels about him the same, or maybe possibly even greater than me for his hatred. And he posted pictures of clearly somebody beat the hell out of him. He's all, his face is all bruised and battered. So what I want to do is track that person down and shake their hand.
Interesting.
So I don't know if anybody follows his Instagram. I don't know why you would. He's just horrible. But yeah, this is probably the greatest thing that I've ever seen. Somebody clearly beat him to a pulp, and I want to shake that man's hand.
I see. So you're saying you advocate for violence is what you're trying to say.
Against Name. Other than that, I'm very peaceful.
Interesting. I don't feel like that's true. I feel like that is also fake news.
I also lie a lot.
I was gonna say, like, I feel like I want to lead with that is kind of the direction I'm taking with this.
Yeah, I do tend to lie a lot.
Mm.
It's an issue. I'm working on it. No,
Yeah,
that's a lie. Not working on it at all.
no, not at all.
But
It's a famous quote. And when the prison bowling comes, his card to the moon. Just throwing it out there. Yeah, giving Dom his due diligence here. Thank you for the reference, Dom. Appreciate you. Hope you all had a good week. Even Eric, I guess.
no, no.
He may not mean it. Keep bumping me, Eric. Discounts will wait. Interesting.
I can't find the damn coin. I think you're full of crap. I don't think you put it on there.
Hoggy says, Eric, do you ever want to take aim at a sports card influencer by giving him a piece of your mind? Yeah. Well, Eric was telling me offline. He goes, that floating head, I swear to God, it's gonna be like a pinata. I'm gonna grab the bat. It's gonna be like a pinata, and I want to take care of it. Just gonna take care of it. We're done. He's like I said, a very violent man. It's terrible.
Yeah, there's certain sports card influencers that I just have a great problem with, and I don't like, and I've made my feelings clear on that. And there he is again. See, he just won't even go away.
Pete Weber, prison base is greater than Booby Orr, 1966 tops. That's true.
Come on.
It's Pete Weber, man. Like, he's an athlete.
Pete Weber's the GOAT of bowling.
Exactly. Booby Orr, top 100 boobies.
Nah, I bet you it's better than that.
I don't know. Maybe top 99. Just buy those color splash cards. There you go. I love it. Look, I seriously want Prism to do some of these weird offshoot sports. I actually would love it. Like, I wouldn't do it annually, but I would do it I would space it out, and every couple of years I would do Prism bowling, and then not do it again for 4 years. You could have a year where you do it. You just do it, and then get the cards out there, and it's like, oh my God, and then give the people a chance to go grab it. And it's like, all right, we're not doing this again for a while. There's no reason. But once, yeah, what the hell? We'll give it to you. And then every couple of years they can do it and let it rotate that way. And these rando sports can have a run with a Prism set. All right. So, kind of a separate discussion. I'll talk about the SP Legendary signatures thing in a little bit. We'll spend a little time on it. We're not gonna. We already went through the checklist and kind of pointed out a lot of the issues. So, like, in all honesty, it'd be beating a dead horse a little bit. And I've watched more of this breaks, and it's just kind of proven what I thought. Like, I've seen enough now breaks that it's like, yep, I could keep just saying it again, but what's the point? Like, I've said my piece, and the video's out there now. You can all validate and watch it yourself and see what you can do. I don't think they can do bowling. Last I heard, they were on strike.
On Collectibles eBay account, unless of course you're just going to buy, lawn bowling cards, because he lies. I can't find
you're stomping on Carlisle's joke. It was a good one. I don't think they can do bowling. Last I heard, they were on strike. Come on. Come on.
All right. That's a good dad joke. I like that.
Hey, don't stomp on it. Let him have his moment. That was solid. That was solid work by you, sir. Solid work by you.
I like dad jokes.
Now, here's something that I kind of need to discuss here for a moment, and I'm going to play it, but I need some help. I need an understanding is what I need. So this was on. I'm going to mute it because I don't need to hear it. This was on. Let's see if it'll play. If not, I'll put it in the. Is it going to play? Oh, there we go. Nope, apparently not. That's stupid.
This guy has too much time and money.
Yeah, I'll do it from the Instagram. Usually that works, but that's okay. So I don't know if you guys saw this. There was that thing where he was doing it, where he did this video, and then they had a little behind the scenes thing, and I'm sitting there like, you can watch these things for yourself and then make decisions based on it. Yes, like it's a behind the scenes where he stands there. There's no rope. You're literally holding your arms out in space. Even with the editing, it doesn't fix it. You literally you look like a tool. Something
for every collector. Well, what does this have to do with collecting? I don't.
He's got a cowboy hat on and a polo shirt, so reasons. Obviously.
All right, now it makes sense.
Like, it all makes sense. It's obvious. this is it right here. That's it. Isn't it great? It's fantastic. I don't know, man.
He's got a 9-figure bank account.
The good news is he's moving, I feel, that he's moving ever closer to eventually lighting himself on fire for attention, which has always been what I felt was the end game. So I feel like we're moving in that direction. I think the it'll become more outlandish, and then eventually we will end up at the end.
$49.95 to watch.
I think that's fair. I think
If
that's
they
fair.
put that on, if they put that on ESPN Plus, I will watch that.
There you go. PM you the listing again. Bougier back with the violence. PM you the listing on IG. There you go.
Thank you.
What's next? Panini Bicycle Riders cards, Cyclocross.
Should I go get my cycling cards out? Because they're already.
Do you have Cycling Cross Prism?
I do not have cycling cross prism now.
Then you
but
truly
I
have
do
nothing.
have cycling cards.
Then you truly have nothing. Dave here, good evening. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Panini Prism Bass Fishing, true. Panini Prism Equestrian, mayhaps. Have asked multiple Panini employees to make a sandwich subset. Still waiting. Well, we do have that from the isn't it Alan Ginter, or is it the not Alan Ginter? Well, it might be Alan Ginter.
Alan and Ginter make the most ridiculous. I don't understand. I do not own one card from that subset.
But they've got a whole series of sandwiches, man. They literally have a sandwich insert set.
I just think it's utterly ridiculous. I just can't. Isn't that what the kids say? I just can't.
But yes, you can. I believe in you.
Can't. When it comes to that nonsense,
Stop rejecting joy. Stop it.
First of all, that's my thing.
American Ninja Warrior cards. That could actually be a thing. That would probably work. They have a Cuban sandwich card. I believe it. I believe it. A whole series. Facts. But yeah, that was one of the ones that, like, there's not really, it was one of those ones where I felt like I wanted to include the video in the original clip at the beginning of the show. And I also wanted to show it there for a minute. But I'm like, I can make fun of this, and I will. But I almost feel like I'm going to dole it out. There's really no reason to, like, do it right this second. I'll just show it, and then we'll refer back to it later. Because there's no analysis. It's like, you look dumb as hell. And I said, I don't understand what the point is. This doesn't want to make me bid on your auctions, if that's what you're getting at.
Let's just say he did a green screen with him in a baseball uniform and hitting a home run, or catching a football, or a dunk in a basketball. Okay, it's a sports auction site with sports cards. It ties in ridiculously, but ties in. What does being a cowboy and riding a horse have to do with sports cards? I don't get it. But he has a 9-figure bank account, so he can do whatever he wants.
Fair.
As he has made us all aware.
It's unfortunate. I feel like things have gotten worse. I just came across another one of the SP Legendary Signatures cards. This might be the worst one yet. It's real bad.
Oh, good God. Is it Hal Gill?
It's pretty bad, man. I don't know about this one. Check it out.
It's Hal Gill, isn't it?
Oh, it's worse.
Oh, Jesus.
So much worse.
All right. Which one of the two am I slapping?
Oh, no, this is the third one. We've added a new one to the rotation.
Oh, good God. This is all I need.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I go into the Instagrams. I see a message. I check the message, and what do I see?
Rams.
SP Legendary Signatures Wiffle Ball will be more exciting than the NHL series. Probably. I've been wearing it. Here you
go. Nice job.
Yep. He's having a shirtless physique contest with C-Blaze. Is that what C-Blaze said on SCR last night? He's being who? Are we talking about Golden, or are we talking about somebody else, Tom? You lost me on that one. Save a horse, ride a cowboy. There you go, Maximus Pumpernickel. Good evening. 1992 Pinnacle Sidelines, Nolan Ryan. Only one Alan Ginter card, the John L. Sullivan PSA 5. So that's the OG, the original.
Okay.
Got that one. 3-1 on Mrs. Bobble's bet in line favorite. Probably true. Cool. When you're good, Brad, just give me a thumbs up. Evening, Brad. How's it going?
Good, fellas. How are you?
Hey,
Going
buddy.
well. Did you see the video off the top? It was classic.
I literally just sat down and just jumped in.
Oh, so later on when you watch it, watch the replay and watch
Okay.
the first 3 minutes.
Okay, perfect.
I put together a little video pick. I might show it later tonight, but at the beginning of the show, I started off with a little video package I put on from the Instant Revolution podcast on, and in honor of our good friends the Dutch. Just saying.
Okay. I thought it had, definitely something to do with Eric.
Oh, Eric was involved in that too. Eric was at least part of the argument. But no, right now I'm at war with the Dutch here, Brad. I got to focus. Right now I got to focus all my energies on the Dutch because they're about to stomp on us with their clogs and attack us with their windmills. We can't lay off. We got to pay attention.
Oh, that's good.
I'm glad, and I'll stop with the shtick for a second. I'm glad you got home safe after a long trip. Everything good?
Yeah, we everything was running smooth. We hit Pearson. I got home around 3:30 a.m. and then had to pop in the office at 6 a.m. So I'm running a little bit on fumes here. I can't have any more Red Bull, or I might not make it through the night. So
I gotta teach you my techniques, Brad, because unfortunately, like I was trying to do a couple of things. I was basically right at the end of my stuff at work, so I was finishing up a couple of things because I was like, all right, I'm gonna finish it off so it's all clear and then it's done. So I'm running on like an hour and a half of sleep.
there you go.
Yeah,
Okay,
so it's like I've been basically up for the better part of like 48 hours, and it's like I don't have Red Bull, so I got nothing. I might actually have to pop. Like I've got my beer right now, but I might actually have to grab a coffee before the end of the night.
There you go.
What's your take on John Moran investor being worried about his bad behavior? Don't care. It's part of the risk. It's part of the risk of speculation. No, I'm being serious. It's part of the risk of speculation.
Yeah.
What's my take on it? Sucks to be you.
And
It happens.
it is the same thing as if he blew his knee out.
Yeah.
He's young in his career, and if he blew his knee out, you'd be in the same pickle. Unfortunately, you don't usually have control over whether or not you blow your knee out. Everything that's going on in his life, he has full control over, and it's really sad to see somebody, kind of fall apart on live TV.
Mm.
He's a young kid. He's making bad choices, and the whole world is watching. When I was 23 and did stupid things, the internet didn't exist. So there was nobody videoing me with a phone and putting it on Facebook or, everything else. So, I had to, deal with with the mistakes 23-year-olds make, and move on.
Well, but today, to be fair, today we have Photoshop, so we can recreate anything we need to. Don't even worry about it. And we've got it out on the internet. Like the memes go on.
That is true. I'm probably in more trouble now.
Yes.
Than I was then.
Like we've got so much more material to draw from. Like at this point, frankly, you are way more memeable than you ever were before. The chocolate stick thing alone, we have gotten so much mileage out of that.
Yeah, it has been some mileage gotten of that.
We got video, we got Photoshops, we got
to
thumbnails.
Yet again, I didn't know I was on live camera. I just was trying to enjoy a snack before the show started, and it got away from me.
And unfortunately, you don't have the 23-year-old excuse. You're closer to 123. So unfortunately, you don't have that excuse, I'm afraid. Ken Golden is moving on from his golf course to a ranch, hence the cowboy outfit. Maybe.
Yeah.
Lifestyle change for old Kenny. Saw a video yesterday from Maine, something reviewed hockey and saying most were down. Okay. Yep. There you go. Ken Golden versus Seablaze. They got to do what they got to do. I repeat, he is trying to push for attention more. The stupid cowboy thing. If he's doing a challenge to Seablaze, how far away can we really be from lighting himself on fire? Brad, every day we get a little closer. Every day. I'm not a praying man, but look, my hands are in the right position. We're getting so close. We're so close.
Did something happen with Ken Golden?
Well, he's saying, there's always something happening.
Oh yeah, you've been kind of in a bubble. You're not really aware of things over the.
Did you know about Ken Golden the Cowboy? Were you familiar with Ken Golden the Cowboy?
No, I wasn't familiar.
Carlos, hit that button.
Oh, we're hitting it. Check it out. It's our boy Kenny.
9:59.
You can see the behind the scenes of Kenny riding a CGI horse with literally his hands floating in space.
Is this for the Golden Touch?
Presumably, apparently.
Yeah.
But
There's
yeah,
something for every collector, including pretend cowboys.
There you go. Right? He can draw attention.
every day we get closer. Just wait. Eventually, it'll be like, all right, so kerosene match. The dream lives, my friends. The dream lives. Where can I bid on that Eric Bard hunting hits? It's valid. We're gonna have to come up with some kind of a deal here. We're gonna have to work it out.
You didn't know I played for the Bruins, huh, Brad?
No.
I feel like
Really,
everybody.
I did.
I feel like everybody played for the Bruins. I feel like that's something you could just buy into. Like it's not like they have teams of players. Brad, no channel updates in your meetings with PSA. Figured to do a proverbial shooting contest with Burbank Sport Card. Missed opportunity on both counts. So Hockey 99 is what he's saying is he's going to send over a check for you to produce content for him a la carte.
There you go.
Hockey 99 is offering. That's what it sounds like to me.
That's generous.
I seen that Burbank got robbed this morning. Did you see that?
I didn't hear about that. No.
Yeah,
No.
Burbank. Yeah,
Oh, no.
Burbank sports cards.
They're I think they got two locations. They got like the warehouse and then they got like the main storefront. So we're talking like the main storefront.
So the main storefront, six
Okay.
guys broke in, like a smash and grab, and there was like a high speed chase down the street. They caught four. They got them anyways. They got all their stuff back, but I guess it was, yeah. I'm sure there's going to be lots of videos on it. It's got to be out there. It happened this morning, so
Brad,
no one hurt, nothing bad. I think from what I understand, they got everything. They got the guys. They got everything back. So.
And they should be pretty. I would think Burbank would be pretty well insured. Like given the amount of inventory and the value and stuff, I'm pretty sure they'd be well set
stuff
up.
from them all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was it during business hours or
It was before that. I guess they called the police. The alarm was there. They took off in a truck, and it was not a mastermind smash and grab. That's for sure. So
Well, we're seeing a lot in this country of people, during business hours, people just running in, stealing as much stuff as they can, and running right out the front door and not caring.
Oh yeah,
It's become a major trend here in the United States, and so I was wondering if it was one of those situations, or if they did it, at nighttime or something.
Mm-hmm. Hockey Barn saying, wallet of stuff for the show tomorrow, Brad. More stuff if Eric makes a purchase tonight.
there we go. There we go.
It depends on how much that coin is.
540 flips. Good evening, Bubbles. That shit is carved in stone instead. Nobody needs cell phones to capture stuff. Speaking of Eric's transgressions from his youth.
I am not that old.
The cave drawings explicitly state. Eric's
I do
53 and still doing stupid things. True.
I do have a birthday on Tuesday, though.
153, 154, 155.
Listen, I am not that old. I am turning 74 on Tuesday.
Do we add the one at the end of it or the one in the front of it? He looks like he's on the set of a Marvel movie. There you go. Good evening, Andy. 357, good evening. Hey, everyone, Carlos and everyone. Ask Eric if Boston is going to win the Cup this year. Also, did you hear about the drama in the hobby with some guy called John Sports Cars? I saw Jimmy Gunn's video on this. I did actually see that. Yes, I did catch that. I'll briefly touch on it right here at the end. But Eric, make your pitch that you believe your team is going to be relevant.
Obviously, I hope. I think they have a very good shot, but I'm also very aware of how the playoffs work. It's a completely different season. What you do during the regular season means absolutely nothing.
Which is what I've been saying. We
saw the Florida Panthers, dominate the league last year, and I think they lost in the first round. We have some late season injuries with Foligno and Paul, but we also have some acquisitions that have come in that have made the team better. So I think we have a very, very good shot. We have the best goalie in the league, but he could blow his knee out tomorrow in practice. So we'll wait and see. I love the playoffs because the worst team going into the playoffs can win the Stanley Cup because you get a hot goalie, you get just the puck bounces the right way. One team has more grit than the other when it counts, and this is why it's the best hockey in the world is playoff hockey. It's just it's completely different than the regular season. So I'm very excited about the playoffs coming.
Right. So there you go. And for the latter portion of it here, I did hear about this with John Sportscard. So John Sportscard has actually been in the chat here at different times. I don't know the guy personally. I haven't really talked to him, but I know I've seen some of his content, and I've definitely and I've seen that he'll have some of these posts where he'll talk about some things. Once he gets worked up on something, the impression that I get is that some of that stuff really bothers him, because it was the same thing with the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame thing. He was one of the ones who was really mad about it earlier in an earlier iteration, and that was the thing. And I know, but here's the thing: I know he and Jimmy Guns have gone back and forth with each other before, so this isn't the first time. So it's like this is just like the latest excuse for them to take pot shots at each other and be mad at each other at this point. So I kind of have to take it with a grain of salt. So like if Jimmy Guns makes a video responding to John's thing, and then John is like alluding to things for Jimmy Guns, etc., back and forth, they're just kind of looking for excuses to take shots at each other. So I'm like, I don't really know either guy very much, but it's one of those things where it's like, look, if you like a drama, I guess it's there. To me, it's kind of very boring drama, because it's like, it sounded to me like it was a business transaction gone wrong, and it's like, well, make a video on it, don't make a video on it. Don't really care. I don't know who the party is either. So it's like, all right. And there's a third party that's actually the one that's involved, and then these guys are the ones yelling at each other. So, all right, it is drama, and it is content. So there you go. Ozzy Card Dad says they only sold Mike Trout cards. Should have just let them go. If they had just stolen the Mike Trout cards, they would have come back and paid extra. Take these cards back, and here's some money, you poor soul. I figure PSA Canada channel would be a great place to get PSA news. Outrageous.
Carlos, we haven't discussed it yet, but we've got a plan coming. Hockey 99. We have a plan coming for the PSA discussion. We didn't have a chance today. So
I mean, obviously, I would love for you to break all the news right here, right now, but you're probably going to want to save that for your channel.
Well, no. But there's no breaking news, except for I had an absolutely fantastic trip. I learned a ton. I met some great people. I met some people that I don't care if I see again. There's a few people, nothing to do with PSA, just other people in the industry. But no, it was awesome. I had an absolute great time. And I will say this to Dave as well, because it kind of ties into two questions here without getting too off topic. As I was talking about the email that Dave sent me about the stamp guy, can't believe I forgot his name. The biggest forger of stamps in the history. Anyways, I was telling the story at a table with Ryan Hogue, president of PSA, the head grader at PSA, and I was telling him Dave's story, and I was asking the question. Once I was doing that, I seen Jackie Curiel, who's more or less, she's an employee at PSA and Collectors, but she was assistant with Joe Orlando. A lot of people say she's second in command to Nat. She's just, she's a fantastic woman. And she got up out of her chair, and all I heard her was say, "We got him. They finally got him." And she was the look on her face, like, I guess they've been after this guy for 10 years, PSA and the FBI. And it was exactly at the same, and that's the guy with the 1980 Bird Magic that me and Dave were talking about. I'm telling the story, and then boom, it's like they found this guy. It was pretty ironic. So I will talk to Dave more about it, but it was cool.
Good. And then I think we'll take advantage and we'll get a couple more of those stories. Because that'll give us some good discussion points for the Thursday show. But yeah, if there's any news or whatever, Brad and I can talk about it. And if there's something we can do, there are options on the table. There are things we can do, but it's also, and this is where I kind of reemphasize, we tease Hockey 99 because he always asks a million things. But it's like, they're running a business. If there's something that can be done that makes sense that we can do, like, I have some bandwidth to be able to help out with that and be able to do it, but we got to coordinate. We got to be like, hey, can we get this out? And then I can always make a video, and there's options we have that we can do. So there's ways that we can do that, but it's something we got to figure out. And if it makes sense, we'll try to add it. We've already talked about, we do want to add some more stuff to the channel aside from the live stream. So it's really good to have that extra. And I think it helped. I think people enjoy it. Like even that cup break we had with Luke, just taking the excerpt from the live stream, people enjoyed that. They got a kick out of it, and it was a lot of fun for folks.
Yeah.
So let's scroll through here. Carlos, what are your thoughts on an 82-year-old man being charged with selling fake Jordan cards? Card porn not going hard at PSA for this. For the fake cards?
Yeah, but
Every single one of them has fake cards in it. Beckett has fake slabs.
Hold on. So, from what I understand,
Mhm.
okay,
Yep.
and Card Porn had a video
Yeah.
of a woman explaining this.
Yeah.
Is that the scam consisted of a real Jordan rookie,
Yeah.
being sent into PSA,
Yep.
coming back to them. They would then crack it, take the label out, which
Yeah.
is official,
And swap it out. Yeah.
and swap it out
With a fake card.
with a fake card and a fake slab, and then
Yeah.
sell that. And they would continue to send the same Jordan card in. So what does PSA is not responsible for this this time? They're getting a real Jordan card, they're grading it, taking payment, shipping it back.
No, that's completely fair. But the second portion of it, the scam part, if we're taking like a real thing and putting the pieces together, what happened with the fake BGS one that they've never resolved, they've never fixed anything on the slab, they've never done anything to it, was that in that case the slab was fake, but the card, as far as everybody could tell, the card was real. So like people have done combinations of this same scam, either fake slabs, real cards, fake card, real slab, or real label, fake slab, real card. Like there's all these mix and match combinations.
This is real label, fake slab, fake card.
Yeah.
You know what I was told too? This is I don't know if they're publicly putting this out there or not, but I was told that if any customer that I knew, customer, associate, friend, etc., was making a purchase on a big card, and there was questions about its authenticity or the slabs on authenticity, that you can send that into PSA for absolutely no charge for them to verify. And that's a good thing. So there's no charge. So people should know that if there's a question, just don't put the cert number in. You can try that first, obviously, but if there's still a question, I'd be happy to take the card for anyone in Canada and send it in on their behalf and then help facilitate the transaction. So just another little thing that I'm not giving. It's just a nice gesture. So.
Yeah. But it's also appropriate for them because it gives a certain comfort. Like it offers that the validation. And the thing is, it's in a lot of the industry, if we talk about like luxury items, the cards should not be luxury items, but in some cases, price-wise, they are. But it's the same thing. Like Rolex is one of the most sealed off companies. Like they don't tell anybody anything. They operate in a secret, underground volcano base somewhere and make all their decisions. But if you're a dealer and you work with them and somebody brings in a watch, you can verify the serial number. You can confirm information. They will confirm information to make sure it's good because they know people fake the stuff. Like there's a whole industry of that. There's billions of fake watches everywhere. But the point is, if they can validate something for like a critical piece, they would rather do that. They want that information. So I think what's going to happen is you're going to get a lot more of people checking, especially if you're paying good money. Why would you not want the security? If there's any question, you should check.
Yeah,
do your
absolutely.
diligence.
Yep.
Yeah, you're paying too much money. Do some diligence. It's better for you. You'll feel better in the long run. Tom here says, speaking of goalie, Allmark winning the Vezina? Question mark.
There's no question. That's already been decided. That's easy.
So the fix is in. Hockey's fix confirmed. Exposed, Brad. Exposed.
I think there's 15 games left in the season or whatever, and this guy has had one of the best seasons in the history of the league. I think it's a given.
Exposed. Number 8 seeds can be number 1 seeds in hockey, unlike the NBA. That is true, and that has happened. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. Being number 1 seed does not guarantee you anything other than the opportunity to get knocked off and disappoint if you don't play. If the number 8 team comes in and is ready to fight for it, and you're not willing to fight back, that has happened, and it has happened plenty.
And I mean this as obviously a Bruins fan. If they get knocked out in the first round, I don't want to see Krejci, Bergeron, or Marchand ever again. Ever again.
So what would that look like? So if they lost, it's hypothetically, if they lost in the first round, what would that look like? He's back. The $1 million man. It's been a little while since we've seen him.
I love that.
Yeah, all three of them either need to retire or get traded. I don't ever want to see them in a Bruins uniform again. And Pasternak is next to go if he doesn't shape up. So If they get booted in the first round, I don't ever want to see the three of them again.
There you go. Good evening, Justin. Let's go here. How Gang 9. Carlos, how have you avoided YouTube drama with other content creators? You're the only person that's gay. No, there's definitely people. There's definitely people.
Oh,
I've watched people make things. I just don't care.
Yeah, that's the important part. And I think, in all seriousness, that is the important part.
Yeah,
is not to get roped in and to not care.
Yeah.
Because there's definitely been people that have been upset with us, because either they're overly sensitive and they love drama, or maybe they have a reason to be upset with us. But
that's rare. I deny that's even a thing. Eric, as I've often said, Brad, and help me out with this. Like I've said this a million times. I'm a man of peace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if
Man
you
of peace.
don't care and you refuse to get wrapped up in the drama part of it, then it disappears, because you need two people to fight.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, look, can I be serious here with everybody for just a minute? I've said it before, mostly in jest, but there's an element of truth to it. Oftentimes, the biggest troll in this live stream is the host. I will say things that will provoke some people, but then when they respond, I am like the $1 Million Man in the clip from earlier. Like, my response is literally sit in my place and cackle, because it's like I put it out there with the possibility that you would react, and the stronger you react, the harder I cackle, because it's like I don't care. And then they get mad, and they're like, and then they try to like take swings. It's like, dude, I don't care about you. If I respected you, then your attempted insults might mean something to me. But no, I don't care about you.
I've only been upset and wanted to react to one thing, and Carlos, I'm sure you know what that is. Unfortunately, you kind of cut it off at the pass and didn't let me get involved in it, because I would have got involved in it. That still burns my ass. But we'll leave that for off camera.
So Rick Vintage Oddball Cards, good evening. Brad, let's start with people you dislike.
You know what? We'll get Sherry on, because Sherry was she was biting her tongue a lot of the times. A lot of the time.
I'll show you guys this story later. I was actually doing a little bit of biting my tongue yesterday. Like I was tailing off I was in the last week at work. Because now I'm going to enter into this next week. I'm going to enter into my test run retirement. This is I like calling it a test run retirement, because I'm going to be out of it pretty soon, because the bills will come due. But I'm going to have I'm going to enjoy a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a break.
I'll tell you, retirement's not what it's cracked up to be. I had a practice retirement, and I said, screw this. I went out and got a job. It's a very flexible job. It's a job that in the hobby, I love that. And, I can come and go as I please, and all, because of, the family issues that I have to deal with health-wise with people. But there was a very small window where I had no job and no family emergency, and I didn't know what to do with myself.
You could have challenged people to cyclocross to the death.
I was riding like 5 times a week, and it was still.
How many of those rides involved you attacking other cyclists and challenging them to a fight to the death?
3.
You should have made it 5. That would have fulfilled the hole in your soul.
That would have fulfilled me more.
Take lives, Eric. Allegedly, Brad. Allegedly.
Yeah.
Like I said, unlike some people, man of peace. I do not condone this behavior. I advocate and argue for it, but I do not condone.
Right.
Carlos, I don't really follow college basketball, but I always fill out one March Madness bracket every year to get in the pool. Do you do the same? In the past at work, I've done it, but I genuinely don't know anything about these colleges. I'll fill in a lot of chalk and just try and take a couple of stabs in the dark. But yeah, if there's like an office pool, I've done it before. This company, I haven't really heard anything for that. Most of the ones though that I've been at have definitely had NCAA pools. Like that's definitely a thing. And if they've got one and somebody organizes it, usually I'll participate in it for sure. But it's really casual stuff. It's fun though. If you're just kicking it around, somebody organizes it. It's good.
Just real quick, we got 4 hours to kill or whatever. So
yeah.
Here in New England, believe it or not, we don't follow college basketball. Very few people do. It's never covered on sports radio or the sports newscast or the nightly news. We have UConn women's, which is probably the greatest women's college basketball program in the history of the planet. That gets the most coverage when something happens. Like if they lost their first game in 5 years, that would get covered. If they win another national championship, that will get covered. But other than that, nothing. Because we have four major franchises and with the four major sports, college basketball and college sports here really don't get the pulse going. Nobody cares. We have tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of colleges in New England. I would argue that we probably have more colleges in this area than jammed in the mileage, and you know what I'm saying, than any place else. Boston alone probably has a couple of hundred colleges. It's crazy. So there is no interest in college sports here.
There you go. Hockey 99. So let me get caught up here. There's a couple of comments. Let's do it. 82 years old. Why didn't he retire from scamming? He's not a quitter. Unlike you, Hockey 99, that man will not quit. That's admirable.
Yep.
And we should all wish to have that kind of verve at 82. Not a quitter.
And he's one pawn in a big.
Yeah. Like at the end of the day, like with stuff like that, it's like I don't care.
Yeah.
Do what you're gonna do. The job of it is if somebody identifies it, hey, report it. Let's investigate it. Let's do all that stuff. But I was like, 82 years old. Why suffer scamming? Because he's not a quitter.
Yeah, and I'm sure like the 82-year-old had 20 people behind him that were doing this. He was just that's no knowledge. That's my personal opinion. He's just the front guy that takes the heat, right?
Oh, maybe he just wanted some excitement in his life. Like, look at Eric. He complains about the show being stupid, but he's here just to feel alive. It's only this and the consumption of chocolate sticks that make him feel alive. Just saying.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, see? Everybody's got their thing. No judgments. No judgments. So Dave's here is saying Jean Disparati.
Have you guys, Carlos, Eric, have you guys read about him before or know anything about?
The name doesn't ring a bell. Dave's good. Dave's good with a lot of the stuff, but I'm not too familiar.
When you talked about the forgery of rare stamps, I've heard that story. So I recognize something about that, but I can't say I know all the details.
Honestly, it's awesome. Dave sent me the article, and then I started digging deeper into it. And what this guy did in his lifetime, it's remarkable. It's super, super cool. So
there you go.
So you think crime is cool?
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
He's an old man trying to feel alive, Eric. You should sympathize. Be more sympathetic.
So Eric, you have to follow up and read the story, because he wasn't doing any of it for money. He was doing it to prove people wrong that were so-called experts. And it's awesome. Is
it like when you grade your own cards in your basement and make them a PSA 11 and then see if anyone notices?
Absolutely.
And no one's noticed so far. It's been good. Business is good.
I'm just slabbing Gretzky's here now as we go, right?
As you should. It's important.
All 11s, baby.
All 11.
Doesn't matter says cut all messed up. Still get 11s.
Do what you got to do. So Hockey 99 says, how come Tag hasn't been a target for scammers yet? They make coasters, Hockey 99. Coasters. Luxury coat. What are you going to scam in a coaster? It holds a thing. You take the drink and you put it on top of the thing.
Okay, so you want the real answer, of course, is there's no money.
They're already a fake grading company. Like what do they need fake cards for?
If you're going to scam, you're going to scam where you can make the most profit. So you put a Jordan in a PSA, and PSA says this is authentic. You're gonna get a lot of money back. Tag, HGA, Beckett, these smaller companies that aren't really that good yet. There's no money there, so it's all about the money.
Terrible. Well, if you consign it through Liquid Marketplace, I'm sure it'll be fine.
I have a T-shirt from them.
So Brad, the important thing is, as I say that, the important thing is to look at my face. It's like I bet if you consign it with Liquid Marketplace, I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll do very well. That's not drama. That's content. Moving on. I don't know why PSA doesn't just image the cards and scan cards that come in. They've started doing that. Now they do scan the cards. So now the database is being developed for it.
So you know what they do also, which I didn't know this. So it just started a few weeks ago. Every card going into the building, when it goes through research, is getting scanned prior to hitting the grader.
Which is good. That gives you more information. So so now the database is being built up. Obviously, to your point, it would have been nice to have had that already been going for a while.
Yeah.
That'd be better. But it's something. Let's one step at a time. At the end of the day, we'd rather all of them do it. We'd rather all of you scan all the cards, and then if it goes between one company and another, then there's a pattern you can follow. You can follow up with that. At least if that data is available, it gives you a chance to identify, patch changes. If somebody swaps out a patch or something, you can figure that out fairly quickly if you got the image trail to be able to follow. That's a good thing.
So, but what I was saying, sorry, when a card comes in, so before it hits, there's actually a guy that the cards are there, the order's all together. They take an image of the front and the back of the card, and then it goes down the line, then it goes to the grader, and then after grading, then they take another image when the card's encapsulated of front and back. So they've added a step of taking it before it hits any stage of taking a picture front and back. When you're grading 50,000 cards a day, that's another big added step. Yeah. Just to prove that, hey, this is the card that it looked like when it came into our building. Here it is prior to encapsulation. So
that's right.
And that could also help in saying if someone says my card's been damaged.
Exactly, 100%.
Yeah. But I don't understand why this wasn't done a decade ago. Cameras have been around for a very long time. And once jersey cards and patch cards and these things started coming into play, I don't understand why this hasn't been done for a decade. I every time we talk about this, I shake my head and say, why hasn't this been done? It doesn't make any sense to me. I can't wrap my head around why don't you take a picture of the card when it comes in and have it in a database. You don't even have to share it with people in case you have to. Right?
Yeah.
It costs more money. If you don't do that, it costs less money and you make more money. That's why.
The only thing it's going to cost, listen, maybe I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, you're totally wrong. 100% wrong. You could not be more wrong. You haven't even said it yet.
You're probably correct.
Yeah.
It takes no money other than paying someone to do it, to take this phone, take a picture, and download it into my computer.
You are paying the former Starbucks barista to take the picture of the thing. What if he's an artiste? What if it takes him an hour to take a picture of one card?
It's BS. And this isn't just a PSA thing. Everybody should be doing this.
That I agree with. That's true.
And so this isn't a hit on PSA. If a grading company pops up tomorrow in my backyard, they should be doing it.
There you go. All right, let me read and get caught up with the comments because we're about 14 minutes behind. So I'm going to get caught up here. I would assume for the most part, Jordan, Gretzky, Mantle, or Brady, Bird, Magic, McDavid, Crosby, cards are faked and slabbed. Paul Fee and Medina should be fine. Paul Fee's the go-to-goats, man. Paul Fee's the go-to-goats. Settle down. Honey Hits, True Words of Wisdom. Thank you. Brad, what are your thoughts on the new set where Steven Reinprecht card has been printed? Steven Reinprecht. Was in my clip. Just saying. Steven Reinprecht. All right. When is Eric's chocolate stick was sat on and ruined? Probably, yes. It makes him grumpy that way. The rally has a lot of card business types or douchebags. True. And he's saying something nice about you, Brad. Brad bucks the trend. So congratulations. You're not a douchebag. Good job by you.
Rocky 99. Thank you.
Good job by you. Someone in the office won the NCAA pool by selecting the teams with the cutest mascots. I haven't played since. That's valid. Valid. And this was when Brad was struggling with a box. So there you go.
I was shipping back 4 Gretzky rookies to a customer, and then he wanted me to sell them for him, which I did. So then I had to take them out of that box, and it's a prepaid box. So I was trying to save the box because I paid $25 for it. So
all right. Yeah. Good evening, Stuke. This is random factoid. You can pause the video on replay and read it. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but good to know. Floating Head would disagree on the uses only coasters. Floating Head is a fool. Moving on.
Jesus Christ, you're making my life difficult. Would you stop it?
Jeter, true! Exclamation point. Just curious, how many of them did manage no damage while scanning? If so, I know SGC uses a camera. It's not actually a scanner. So if you do a camera, you can take a high-res picture with the lighting, and then you're not actually touching the card. Literally, the camera's suspended. It's in space. You just position it there. Just put it carefully, and then take a picture, and then take it off, and go to the next one. Take another picture. If you take a decent picture, it's going to look fine.
Yeah. So you'll see the whole. There's going to be a new video come out, and it's going to show the whole process.
Mm-hmm.
When you see the process that from one card when it enters into that massive building and the stages and where it goes, like we followed from the very beginning all the way through the whole process, the full tour. For someone that even thought they knew what was going on behind the scenes, it blows your mind away. Like it's at a whole other different level and scale. Like it's just, you'll say, to me, maybe a card should be $20 minimum to grade. By the time it hits all these steps and how many times people have to do something, it's a big process.
All right, let me ask you an honest question.
Yep.
And I know that you're a little prejudiced, and that's fine. And
I won't be.
After seeing the entire process done, from beginning to end, do you have the same feeling about the grading process and its worth in the hobby and its accuracy? Or now that you've seen it, do you believe in it even more and have more confidence in it?
I believe in it. The whole process of grading, I believe in even more. Yeah.
So you have more faith that now that you've seen what's behind the curtain, you have more faith that these cards are being handled correctly. They are, the grading is mostly fair and accurate.
Yes, I do. Absolutely. And again, will I always say everyone makes mistakes? Definitely. And every company's going to make mistakes, but yeah, but I do, Eric. Honestly, if you went for a tour from start to finish, you'd come out of there, you'd be like, wow, like I can't get over the scale and magnitude of this operation. It's just mind blowing.
So exactly. So there are people like me, who have never sent a card in. As we sit here right now, I say I never will.
Except to Beckett.
Well, yeah, but it's because I have to support my own company. Come on.
As you should. And if you hit the like button, you support the live stream while supporting Eric and supporting the company.
I'm going to start taking my clothes off. Keep it up. So, if there were videos on YouTube that are well done, that showed everything that you got to see and showed how it all works, that may change my opinion, because I think looking at a card for 30 seconds is ridiculous and coming up with a grade.
So Brad hasn't told you what he saw yet. So when you hear about the Druids and the Gregorian chants and the Oompa Loompas, it's going to be amazing. Like afterwards, he's like, this is the bare minimum I expected. This is what I wanted. Thank you.
So, and I know they have to keep their stuff secret and how they do things. Okay, I understand some of that, but if they really went as deep as was appropriate to keep their company secrets to themselves, that might win me over. Because I just can't get over paying an extraordinary amount of money for a human being who could be in a good mood, a bad mood, from 1 minute to the other, one day to the other, looking at something and saying, today I think this is an 8, and tomorrow I'm going to think it's a 7. And that's why I have hundreds of graded cards, but I buy them afterwards when I think the price is fair to purchase them at a show, and I look at the card myself and agree with the number. And if those things all match up, then I go, okay, I'll purchase that. But to send money to a company and not know what's going to come back, depending on what mood some guy is in, I can't do it. So if they
Yeah.
showed me something, that might change my mind.
I agree with you too, but it does not have to do with what mood a person is in. You know, there's grading. All grading companies have grading standards, and they follow the guidelines based upon their grading standards. Do they make mistakes? Everybody's going to make mistakes at some point. But I honestly, Eric, I think when the video is done, when they do this, and I had a great conversation with Ryan Hogue, the new president of PSA. You will be astonished when you see it, when they do it, and you'll just go, wow, what a process this went through. But at the same time, I will say, me and Carlos talked about this a lot. Like, if everyone just buys cards, sends them in, and grades them, that messes with the whole ecosystem. So there has to be guys like yourself that just wants to buy, grade it, and have their own opinion. It has to be that whole cycle. So
yeah, not everything warrants it. So two things.
Yeah.
I want to get up on the comments here. So there's a couple
Yeah.
ones that we'll touch on, and also a couple of the guys here might be joining in. So first, Bobbles, if you're good, give me a thumbs up. Cool, thank you, sir. And I think Yannick's trying to join too, but right now I don't see his video yet. So once he's situated, we'll be good. Yannick, you give me a thumbs up. Cool. All right, so let me finish getting caught up with these comments real quick. Hang tight for a sec, and then I'll incorporate you guys. I'm close. We're almost there. I just want to get to the end of these comments.
What's going on, everybody?
All right, so real quick, let me read this. All right, so is Floating Head going live later with his fellow Kool-Aid gang? Usually does that on Saturdays. Is he doing a Friday one? I'm not aware. I have no idea. Maybe. I just don't know. I like to make fun of the guy, but it's like I don't watch his content. Once
I'm busy, friend, in it.
Yeah, once it became clear that the interviews were going to take the same tack, it's like, okay, so this isn't even good for content for me to pull pieces from. So I stopped watching. So I don't know what days he's airing anymore. I assume it's still Saturday. If you're asking an honest question, or are your other questions dishonest, I think that's a fact from Billy.
I'm convinced Billy gets up every morning and says, how can I mess with Eric? I think it's part of his day.
That's literally all our day. Daily affirmations, praying to the content gods. How can we fuck with Eric?
Busts my
This is
balls.
what I do.
You don't really have to plan it. It's natural.
He busts my balls in Clubhouse. He busts my balls here. This guy must wake up and just have one of those charts that he has to just check things off. Oh, yeah, I got to get to Eric sometime today. He's killing me. He's killing me. He's killing me, Smalls.
So I'll get back to this one here when Brad's back on. I'll get that one hunting hits. My own company, does that mean he should be in prison? Paul makes a good point. Speaking of you, Bougie Eric. We don't want any more 6-part grading series on YouTube. Eric.
No, I want one video. I want one decently done, very clear video giving me the information I need to feel comfortable in doing that.
Brad is talking about standards and guidelines. He sounds like a rookie card specialist now. Good evening, Victor.
Hey, Victor.
Bubbles! Exclamation points. Eric's finger was given to Billy's comment after what Brad was saying. Why not both?
Yeah, I don't see why he could be for both. I mean, he's white, but still, I could be for both. Hey, Brad. Brad. See? He could be for both.
Perfect. Well done. All right, so this was a question for you, Brad. Did you get any explanation on your 6s?
no, I did not get my 6s, but I did learn a lot on print lines. So how print lines affect modern cards on the back. That was interesting.
Now, can you confirm or deny that every Boston Bruin card submitted gets like a -14?
Oh, come on!
Except for Marchand.
Oh, yeah, of course. Obviously. Seems reasonable.
That affects guys gets a pass.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's fine. It's fine. I think it's reasonable. I think it's good. I'm a fan. Good stuff. All right, so let's do this. Let's go in order. Mr. Bobbles, good evening. How are you?
How are you guys doing?
Doing well,
Good.
doing well.
Besides Eric.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Brad and Yannick and Carlos?
Awesome, buddy. How are you?
Very good.
Good.
I'm miserable as always.
Yep. I'm running on low mileage, but my hatred of the Dutch has fueled me yet again. Once again, and I got to have my little clip off the top. I was very proud of it. So what I'll do is actually we're a little past an hour. Should I play the clip again?
Why
Might
not?
as well.
All right. So, and I won't spam it too much tonight because it is a little bit of a longer clip. But this was highlights of my visit over to the Instant Revolution podcast. They had it on Wednesday this week. Usually they got it on Tuesday. But I joined them. I pulled a couple of clips together and then gave you an update on the World Baseball Classic. involving our friends the Dutch. So let's do that. I've got so many messages as soon as the World Baseball Classic, as soon as people realized that Panama was playing the Dutch. With my diatribe on the Dutch. When I gave the story about the whole diatribe on the Dutch, the people are like, "Oh my God, Panama's playing the Dutch." She's like, "I'm aware of this. I know. I know." That's what's great. Steve, here we go. I got this. I'll be wearing my Team Panama jersey on Friday. Just letting you all know. Spoiler. Regardless of what happens, because at the same time, I know Panama shit. I'm aware of that. But they did beat Chinese Taipei. So, look, I'll take it. I'll take it, goddammit.
You heard it here first. Spoiler alert for Friday's show.
Yeah, I'll be wearing my Team Panama jersey. I got one. Don't think I don't. I got one. You better believe it. And I'll be wearing it. That's from not the last World Baseball Cup, but the one before that, because they didn't qualify for the last one. Because they suck.
Tell us how you really feel, Carlos.
They got no hit by the Dutch, Steve. They got no hit. No hit by the Dutch. But anyway, my point is, Steve, they got no hit by the Dutch. It's hard to sink lower than getting no hits by the clog-wearing Dutchman. Great for metal music, but not so much for baseball traditionally. You know, if it was a battle of the bands and we lost to the Dutch, I accept this fate. Like, you know, we're clearly not as good as they are on it. I've listened to Nightwish. I've listened to several of the bands. They're really good. But baseball, it's like, we're a Latin country, man. I understand we're like not on the top tier of the Latin, but come on. We almost beat Cuba once. The Dutch already beat Cuba this round. Holy crap.
Friday could be interesting.
I already told Eric, I go, no matter what happens, this is going to be fun. We got the SP legendary thing. I've watched some of the breaks. They're brutal. They're real bad. They're real bad. And now you got Ken Golden riding a horse. And then they pulled Steven Reinprecht, which is one of the ones that I made fun of on Friday. I was like, oh, yeah. And I literally said it to Eric. I go, the Steven Reinprecht has been pulled, Eric. Yes. Yes. Like I said, I'm going to have fun, guys. And if the Aaron Rodgers news drops, if he is a Jet by Friday, holy crap, it might be a new record. I won't need a year end. I will just play that live stream. That'll be my year end. I will be in rare form at that point. If the Rodgers thing happens on Friday with the rest of the shit and the Dutch, that'll be my entire highlight reel. I'll just play the whole thing. I warned you all about the Dutch, and now they've stomped on us with their stupid clogs. Stomped! Curb stomped right there. I warned everybody. They didn't listen. They beat Cuba. That's shame. They beat Panama. I expect it. They got no hit by the Dutch last time. At least this time they got hits. There's an improvement. I'll take it. We suck.
Carlos, could you please tell us the two things you hate most in life?
The two things I hate most in life. People who are intolerant of other cultures in the Dutch.
That is correct.
That is a movie reference. Come on. So one of you needs to know that movie reference because I used that meme this week. It was a lot of fun. Just saying.
Those who are intolerant to other people's cultures.
And the Dutch.
And the Dutch.
And I warned you all about the Dutch. I warned you. I warned you all. Nobody listened, and now
so
look
you just need Aaron Rodgers to have the trifecta.
Well, I missed out. Like Aaron Rodgers let me down. It was going to be legendary. Already as it is, I was enjoying it. But then as soon as we added that last piece of the puzzle, that would have been the piece that was the sauce. That would have put it over the top. That would have been that last step. Brad, we were so close. We were so close. Like it would have been like legendary. The rant would have been like never ending. I would have swapped. I would have done costume changes throughout. I would have switched over to the trolling jersey. It would have been like an extravaganza.
I was pretty pumped to see Team Panama beat Chinese Taipei.
It was huge. The beating down the juggernaut, the baseball juggernaut that is Chinese Taipei.
Panama ended a 30-inning drought of no scoring a run, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Since
the
2006.
Yeah, well, no, that was true. Now I think tonight they're playing Italy, so we'll see about that one. All those teams are pretty much bunched up. The only team that is actually that's why I showed the little the standings with the Netherlands at the end. It's like the Netherlands is the only team that's undefeated.
There's a there's a photo which just came out about 2-3 hours ago. Team Italy's got an espresso machine on there in the dugout.
Brilliant. I love it. So let me scroll through here. Paul says, "In the goat of goats, Joe Thornton." True.
Oh, good God.
902 HFX. I don't know that reference.
That's our area code in Halifax.
Ah, gotcha. Bit random, but I'll take it.
Yeah,
Return of Eric's Hobby Doomsday Music. True. We did bring that one back. The Dutch need to play baseball on clocks. I know. I feel like that's the appropriate thing. I also was very proud of taking the windmill picture and putting it negative. You know, only it's like we needed that ominous thing. Like,
And
you don't understand.
overburden.
There's people with their windmills and their clocks. I don't trust them. Getting Baz. Yannick, have any Philippe Duaumont cards? Thoughts on him pitching for Team Canada?
I do not. They actually, some of these guys don't have that many cards. Even some of the youngsters right now, I got my eyes on their, I guess maybe in the updates and stuff. Omo, I'm not aware 100%. I know the guy. I know who he is. I think Team Canada is, it's got basically a good, it's got a good team, a decent team for what we can produce. I think we have a tremendous talent, but Canada obviously doesn't have necessarily all the team and the players basically to have that much of a popularity for sport here in this country. So, but the team we got, I guess, I don't know. I'm not actually sure. I haven't really watched the roster, so.
Well, it's one of those things. There are certain rosters that you know are going to have a bunch of major leaguers. Like, look, as much as I mentioned that earlier tonight when I was talking about it originally, I like to make fun of the Netherlands thing, but I think they got some loopholes going on with all those islands and everything. Like I said, Xander Bogaerts. I was like, how the hell did Xander Bo? And then it's like, no, he was born in Aruba. And apparently that counts. That falls under the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And I was like, but Xander Bogaerts is actually good. He's way better than anybody I got on my team. Holy crap. like he was in the top 10 of MVP voting this past season. He's actually a very good player.
And he's a Padre now.
And not surprisingly, he performed very well in that game. And I was like, well, yeah, he's good. So the talent disparity was very evident, at least at that level. Canada is no Chinese Taipei. Few are.
Well done by Team Australia too, beating Korea.
They did. Was it Korea they beat?
Yeah.
Korea's actually usually Korea's pretty decent.
Korea's got bad. 2 losses right now, and I'm pretty sure it's like 2 losses. You're done.
That's the same thing. That's the same thing that happened to Cuba. I was very shocked. Cuba lost to obviously the juggernaut Dutch, but they also lost to the Italians.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think 2 in this tournament, 2 losses in the first round's no good. No bueno.
Well, so what they did is they got rid of the double elimination, but what they did do is you have to be in the top 2 to advance. So realistically, 2 losses means the likelihood of you advancing is pretty low. Not impossible, but you need a little bit of help. You need everybody to be kind of equalized, and then that'll work with it. So let me ask real questions. So Ozzy Cardai, Korea loves the baseball. Yeah, and usually they have a fundamentally sound team, if nothing else. There's some decent players in Korea. They got the KBO. They've actually got a professional league. So generally speaking, teams that have professional leagues like that, even if it's like, oh, well, Korea, it's like, trust me, they're decent. They're usually pretty decent.
I watched the Japan-Korea live this morning. That was a great game.
And Japan is a great team.
Tokyo Dome was full at like 41,000 capacity or so.
I believe it.
Something a little different in China during the innings. All the action is there, like they're dancing and all that stuff, but in between innings, it's quiet time. So while the game is going, you're like, man, there's a lot of dancing going on, lots of like you can't barely hear the game itself. Like it's a little different.
When they do the stuff at the Tokyo Dome, it's fun when they start using the thunder sticks.
Yeah,
because then everybody goes off with the thunder. It's a great atmosphere. I'm not a big traveling guy. I would love to take in a game at the Tokyo Dome.
I would.
Because with what they got going on there, if it's like a good game and they got the atmosphere going, the people going crazy with the thunder sticks, it's probably a really good atmosphere for a game. I would believe that.
A little different for sure.
Yeah. So question, Bobbles. I know you've been a busy man with your addiction to money, your crippling addiction to money. However, have you had the chance to watch any of the World Baseball Classic, any of the games, anything?
I haven't watched any, but I've checked the scores and stuff. Like,
Mhm.
been trying to keep up with some of the spring training statistics of some of the guys I know. My lovely Nationals,
Mm,
they got destroyed the other night by Israel.
mm.
Speaking of clogs, Israel came in with their sandals and their mangers and set up shop and just whooped the
But I also
Nationals
gave
ass
you one. I
9-0.
also
And
gave you an example of a team that got beat worse by one of the international teams. They lost by 10 runs.
but at least they scored. Like, I'm going to
True,
give
they
them
did.
props. They did score. We
Yes.
didn't even score. Like, we could not part the waters. We could not. Noah's Ark wasn't there. Like, we were screwed.
If any of you had
wrote the Ten
biblical references
Commandments.
on your bingo card, this is your moment.
Yeah, I'm like, holy
This is
crap.
it, guys. This is all I got. That's all we're doing tonight.
Church this morning and like is regurgitating. What the hell's happening?
Well, so Bobbles, what you're saying is that the Washington Nationals are unfortunately no Chinese Taipei.
They wish they were.
I don't
Chinese
even
Taipei has
know
won a
if they
game.
could-
Chinese Taipei has won a game.
Yeah, they suck.
Anyone knows why they're the whole Chinese Taipei and there's this China and
Because
how
there's
does that work?
a billion people there, and they all can't make it on one team.
Yeah,
I
there's
guess
a lot
so.
of regional arguments being made back and forth there, where they're like they want their be represented separately from the rest of it. It's very complicated.
It's kind of like Canada. Like, you got like, what is it, Saskatoon and all of the different places.
Sure.
That'll come up. Really, the only time that's really an issue is curling,
Yes.
because curling can actually have provincial teams, and then there is a Team Canada. So there'll be a Team Canada that's supposed to be like an all-star team of the best, but then you got the provincial teams, and some of those provincial teams are actually pretty good.
Don't you
So-
have like even two Ontarios?
Yeah, there's two different Ontario teams.
Yeah.
They weren't
Isn't
satisfied to field one; they
curling-
field multiple.
Like, outside of hockey, obviously, but wouldn't that be the equivalent to baseball in China?
No, actually, curling does surprisingly well in the ratings. The Scottish tournament
That's
of
what I
hearts and
mean,
stuff
like,
like
in
that.
popularity
it's actually
for
pretty
Canada.
solid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we all know why too. I watched curling during the Olympics, and it's awesome.
It's a fun sport.
No,
Eric just wants to participate so he can say the words "hurry hard" and not be immediately arrested.
I have no idea how it's played or what happens, but if these are not the most beautiful women in the world participating in this sport, I don't know what is.
Eric would probably collect.
What I love is that he
curling
went
sets
straight to
of-
that, whereas he'll tout the athleticism and the great competition of women's cycling.
Women's
That's different.
curling.
And like Eric, we know what you're watching for. We get it, you creeper. We understand what you're doing.
No. There's my favorite sport is women's mountain biking. That is true, but I do not watch it with that mindset. These
So
women
the number
are amazing.
2 is women's curling.
So you're objectifying the female curlers, but not
Yes.
objectifying the female cyclists.
Correct. I'm only a pig.
I'm
half-
very confused, Bubbles. I am extraordinarily confused right now.
Yes, I am only.
Hey, I watch curling too. It's a very interesting sport. They yell at those rocks and stones like crazy.
Hurry hard.
And I would love to see them actually sweep a floor, like those curlers. Because how in the hell do you stay up on ice and then sit there and like use that broom the way they do? I mean, it's fun to watch.
There you go. So real quick, I'm going to read a couple of these. My hometown team this is from Stuke. My hometown team back in the day was a mix of U.S. and Canadian players called the Internationals. Satchel Paige and Josh Gibson played against them at least once. Solid. I like it. Thank you for that. Bobbles played in the original WBC in the old Indochina back in 1917. He was playing for the U.S. naval team. I like that your backstory is getting fleshed out as time goes on with Baz.
On the Yangtze.
So
Thank you for your service.
yeah, you've been you've had quite the colorful career there, Bubbles. So per Baz, your story only
know,
grows.
popular.
Your legend grows. Chinese Taipei is Taiwan. There you go.
Yeah, I get that. I was just wondering where's the
Saskatchewan.
geographically they separate on the baseball level, or like how does that work? That's all.
I've seen playing baseball in the Dominican League at times. Yeah, Dominican Republic would be a pretty good atmosphere for that too. Taiwan was part of China until Chiang Kai-shek. Oh man, he's bringing in the history. I love it. Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalist government fled China when Mao and the communists took control of mainland China. I took a couple of courses on Chinese history, but it's been a long time. But I know Chiang Kai-shek. I remember that with her.
And there's a very good chance that the Chinese Taiwanese relationship is going to be the cause of World War III.
We can only dream.
Eric called it.
Women's curling,
first.
piggyback rides. Eric, care to comment? This is like combining all your favorite things all into one.
I'm gonna not comment because
I probably wouldn't.
There's a good no, hold on. I am not going to comment because there's a very good chance my mother's watching.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
go on.
No, that's the point. I go on. No.
Eric likes ice unicycling with bicycle seats. Okay, there you go. Prism curling, white ice parallel. Yeah, probably. Bobby Orr curling is Eric's favorite. Bobby Orr doing anything is Eric's favorite. He still wants a piggyback ride for the man.
I'll tell you this. I am not pleased with Mr. Orr at the moment.
He didn't give you a piggyback ride? He refused?
Oh, well, I'm sure if I pay for it, he will. Bobby Orr is...
so you have money. Wait. Hold on.
No,
Brad, that sounds like a man who has money. That sounds like a man who's telling me about money.
No, listen. This is true. He is doing a signing in Chicago coming up. For
the site of his best hockey accomplishments, Chicago, when he played for the Blackhawks. That was Brad. That was legendary. I only remember Bobby Orr as a Blackhawk.
Who else did he play with?
I think he played some minor league team somewhere.
I am going to have a stroke right here on camera.
We can get extra likes for that. We can get extra likes for that. That'd be amazing.
So, if you would like to
monetize Eric's pain,
meet Mr.
Hit the like button.
He will meet you for $700.
That's a deal. That's cheap.
You will get an autograph and an inscription and a picture taken with Mr. Orr. Only on flats and pucks. If you want a stick or something else larger, you will pay more. But for $700 American, you will get a picture taken with Mr. Orr, a autograph, and an inscription. This whole pay me to take a picture with you thing is starting to piss me off.
But Eric, $700 American is way cheaper than trying to get a picture with Bobby Orr and having to pay the lawyer and the court fees when you're trying to fight the restraining order. Honestly, it's a bargain.
Well, if I see him in Canada and I can get out of the country before the cops catch me, I'm scot-free.
You have a broken hip. You couldn't get out of that room before. Right now in Boston, you couldn't get out of that room before the Mounties would get you.
You couldn't even get around the arena.
The crumble cookie people could take you out right now.
There's something to that. Yeah, that's true.
Like, you're in no position to run away from anything. You will walk very slowly away.
But but on a somewhat serious note, I really am getting sick and tired. This seems to be a new trend with all these signings that you have to pay an extraordinarily large amount to get your picture taken with these people. A picture is worthless. I can't sell an 8x10 picture of me and Bobby Orr on eBay.
I'm sure you could, but I don't think you can much. You could sell the picture to people who would then Photoshop it immediately and start messing with. You can get like $2-3, free shipping. We had 4 current Bruins, and Zdeno Chara do a signing last weekend, and it was $99 an autograph for each, $99 for a photo for each, and $40 for an inscription for each. So if you wanted every single player to sign it and to sign a piece and then write 2011 Stanley Cup champ and then get a photo taken with them, you have to sell your house. These guys are making millions of dollars. Why do I have to pay that much money to get my picture taken with Zdeno freaking Chara? The guy is a multi-millionaire. He doesn't want his picture taken with you.
You do know that a guy organizes this, right? And basically tells them, come and do this and I'll pay you that. So that guy is the one that charges that ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah, they're not getting paid piecemeal. They're getting paid a fee. And then the organizer is the one who's trying to recoup it.
As
I don't think Bobby Orr is going around and spot. Yeah, maybe he says, "Yeah, I want to piss that fucking guy off."
Well, no, if it's Eric, it's like 700, 7,000.
I am well
Does that
aware.
keep you away for $700 outside the door?
I know how this works because we do autograph shows at work. So I understand there's a flat rate.
Yeah.
Okay. And that these people, we either negotiate a price or they have a price and they tell us. We have never, except for Bret Hart, who we kind of loaned the store out that day. We were like a third party when he came in. They charged for photographs. Now, obviously, I didn't have to pay for any of that, whatever. But I was bitching about it that day, in the back room, saying, "They're $80 to stand next to this guy? Are you freaking kidding me?"
And you know what Bret Hart said?
Well, he didn't hear me because I'm scared of him.
Yeah, as you should be.
I was in the back room and said that.
A brave man.
I have a huge problem with paying for a picture to be taken with somebody. You want to charge me $200 for an autograph, and I really want your autograph, that's fine. Okay? Whatever.
Usually what Brad charges, yeah.
But I cannot wrap my head around the picture thing, and it infuriates me.
All right, fine. Understood. Brad, make sure you include the picture with the autograph charge. Bobbles, I think you can go 250. Yannick, 325.
Yeah.
I think it's solid.
I gotta take off. I hit the wall. I just did the little head nod there. Had to catch myself. So
nice.
All right, buddy.
Sounds good. We'll chat later and get caught up, and then we'll figure out some things. But we'll have a chat. Set up
one sec here, because I want to open this. I haven't opened it yet.
But... do you like that little package in there?
I really do, but I haven't looked at it yet. It's still.
Did you see what I put on the front for him?
I know, like
little signature.
There's no other Bret Hartland autograph anywhere else.
And he didn't even charge. And he didn't charge him the $300 that he charged Eric.
Free of charge.
Okay, 2 seconds. I'm opening.
All right, if you go quick, go ahead.
It's a
I'll come back.
show,
I'll come back to the comment here. Go.
So you don't know what these are yet. Yeah.
Before. So we have
54 tops. Sorry, that's 69 tops mantle.
Yeah.
Wow, nice.
It's a 4.
Yep.
The focus would do.
Yep.
There you go. You got to get that.
Very nice.
So I'm really happy with that. That's actually a really good surprise.
Yeah, for the 69 mantle, that's fine. Yep, that's solid. That's the 54.
Oh,
so
nice.
In a 3, that's solid. That's good.
There's my wife there.
I was gonna say, I figured that was Charity in the background. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy.
That's
with
good.
this.
That's a good clean card for a 54. That's a solid card.
I bought both
nice.
Raw in Montreal in October, and I submitted it. So
Nice.
it was,
It's a good result. Good job.
Yeah,
good
man.
job. Good job, Brad.
I don't care really any number. I would have kept it. Be happy.
you cut him right, Brad. Good job. Good job by you.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Brad.
Thank you. All right, fellas. Have a great night.
Have a good night. Take it easy. We'll talk later.
Good night, Brad.
All right, real quick. Let me read a couple of these comments. Thank you, Yannick. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. Give me the time.
No worries.
Yannick, did you type that crap, or did Carlos put that in there?
I did. The blackouts?
Yeah. No. That was him. that was him. And again, Eric,
Totally
I
me.
don't control it. I have no control
I'm the
over
one
this.
who's responsible for this.
I don't know what
made
you
a
were fighting.
blackout just on your house. Just on your house, man. I can't stop looking at these things.
Those are nice. And Bobbles, what the hell's that crap? Oh, Jesus. One for you too. You get one too.
Again, I don't have control.
I thought I would get 2. I mean, come
I don't
on.
have control. Look, I don't have control over himself.
You message me and I tell you, hey, it's okay. I understand. Go spend the evening with your wife. I get it. Don't worry about partaking. Get on. Had to make the thumbnail for you just to show you that we appreciate you.
Always.
So
Oh my God, I laughed my ass off because I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't expecting it, and all of a sudden I'm like, what the hell is that?
No one expects the Spanish Inquisition or the thumbnails, Eric.
I couldn't believe it.
All right, let me read real quick here. Do the best MLB players normally play in the WBC? Is it a way for lesser countries to gain international experience? It's a little bit of both, but there are top tier MLB players playing in the WBC, and mediocre ham and eggers like Mike Trout. I think he's playing for Team USA, and he sucks. Oh, by the way, I think Team USA was playing an exhibition game. I want to say against the Angels, and Mike Trout was hitless against the Angels. So Mike Trout can't even hit against the Angels. He sucks. Did I mention he sucks? Just throwing it out there. That's a fact, by the way. You can look that up.
Can't make that up.
Nope, I didn't make it up. Like I didn't have to make it up. It is a fact. He did, in fact, not get a hit against the Angels. But I thought the Angels suck. So shouldn't you have teed off on the Angels? You know what they're throwing. Kathy says, thank you. Absolutely. Maximus Pomegranate. Did somebody else, so did anybody else store their cards in the vault at Silicon Valley Bank? Random? No. Money to spend in the eBay store. What is it called, Eric? Moving on.
Well, hold on.
Look, you take too long for some of these responses. That's how we end up 10 minutes behind.
I had to think about it. I think.
All right, go ahead.
Silicon
Valley Bank?
Valley Bank.
Is that a specific reference?
Yeah, I think it went bankrupt today.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, completely.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Well,
Like,
it's all
there's
over the news.
two big banks who went done in the last 48
And
hours.
so people are outside the bank going, "Where's my money?" And they're like, "We don't have any money."
So what you're saying is that the bank. So you're saying is that getting the box at the bank is not always because I think Dave was always complaining about the vaults and what happens if the vault's default. Well, bank at default too. It's rarer nowadays because now there's some protections built in, but it can still happen. You still got the same problem. You don't have physical possession of the cards, right? Money to spend in the eBay store. What is it called, Eric? We'll move on. First year the U.S. got big superstars to play in the tournament. That is true. Superstars from other countries seem to be more willing to pass to play for their country. Yeah, but there's a mixed bag. Like you will still get some top tier players. You get some MLB players for some of these teams. So certain rosters are going to have more than others. It's very clear which teams are the stronger teams because you'll see more. Again, Xander Bogaerts. Like I make fun of the Netherlands and everything. Xander Bogaerts was a top 10 MVP vote getter. He is actually a very good player.
He is a great player.
Yeah, so it's like, but so that's a legit dude. That's a real guy playing for that team. Again, not a team you'd think, but at the same time, it's like, hey, it is what it is, man.
Just be ready. You're gonna hear Alexander Bogart's name big time this year, playing with Padres.
Could be.
Watch out.
Yep. Or it's not even a top 3 autograph guest there on Saturday.
Now, I don't know if that is just like an opinion thing or just trying to bug me or
Mostly
whether
bugging you, yes.
talking about
It's Paul. He's pretty much doing his bugging,
or
yes.
Paul's talking about pricing. So Paul, let me know if you're just busting on me or whether or not you're actually serious about pricing. Let me know.
I've actually been contemplating a day with Dale Murphy this season. Lunch and Murphs. Game at Trust Park. Autographs, panel discussion. Seemed like fun. Oh, cool. Well, report back, Carlisle. I'd be interested to see how that worked out for you. And this is the real Bobby Orr for $700 at a show in Winnipeg. They're charging $4 to get your picture taken with a Bobby Orr rookie card. Eric?
So no,
Wow.
there's no effing way.
Top U.S. stars have been playing WC for 20 years. Griffey was on the 06 team. Yeah, that's true. Yep, they've had some good players on those teams. Oshawa Generals and Blackhawks legend Bobby Orr. True.
Oh, God.
So this one was for Brad. I'll move on from that one. Let's go here. It's only photos with Eric that have the huge markups. Probably true. Eric, when Bret Hart did his book signing in Halifax 2007, it was free for pictures and autographs. There you go.
Well, you had to buy the book. It wasn't free.
Bobby Orr won't take your money, Eric, if he knows who you are. Bobby's that type of guy.
That's right. Don't he know who I am?
He'll charge you double. Orlando says, nice Mantle and Jackie there for you, Yannick. Yep, nice card, Yannick from Stuke as well. Very good.
Those are nice, buddy.
I can't let them down yet.
Is it the first time that Yannick has told Brad, nice package?
Nice package, Brad.
Mm-hmm. Carla.
Shame on you.
Okay, so I'll scroll through here. This is Dale Murphy one, so I'll leave you guys to that. Silicon Valley Bank is folding $200 billion bank tight to crypto. Love it.
I never understood crypto either. I have more faith in card grading than I do in crypto.
You should have put all your money into Doge. Elon does not lead us astray. 05 Superstars played Vladdy. David Wright, a few, remember? Yep. No, like I said, there have been some legitimate players. Bank failures happen all the time. Big banks. Small purchases will happen this year with many mid-sized banks. Yep. Like I said, nothing is infallible.
Again.
What's that?
We better not bail them out again.
They will.
Fail.
They totally will. They will totally bail them out.
That's too big to fail crap and taking tax dollars is a bunch of BS. Let them just wither and die.
Cool. Not going to happen. They literally will not allow it to happen.
Well, I'm just giving my opinion.
They'll just get the printing machine out again.
They'll be like, thank you for your opinion, Eric. So we'll be bailing them out now.
Yeah.
Barry Sanders, Floyd Mayweather, and Julius Erving are Saturday guests. Could have said Brett Saberhagen was better, but didn't want to go overboard. Wow.
So he's busting on me. Shut up, Paul.
They'll charge Eric to bail them out.
Hockey Barn, good evening. Yep, Eric, you money bag hunk. Need to sleep up. Rest the rub elbows with. Nice. Rub elbows with Brad tomorrow. Gotcha. All right, that's the full comment. Thank you for that. Have a good night, Hockey Barn. Take it easy. But yes. So we'll see. I think I'm going to enjoy, like I said, I do enjoy the World Baseball Classic for what it is. I have fun with it one way or the other. I will always be the first to make fun of my team because they're trash. But they did win a game this time, and they qualified for the tournament. They actually had to qualify, so they got into the tournament.
Another team?
Yes, I can now switch my allegiance to Colombia because I have that level of shamelessness.
Because you can.
I can. Yes, sir. It's all going to be about Team Colombia as soon as Panama's mathematically eliminated, which is pretty much about now.
What if Colombia would go against Panama?
Oh, no, Panama will be first. Panama gets precedence. In that combination, Panama will get precedence.
Perfect.
But like I said, I can hedge my bets. I can play both sides. Who lost more money this week? Silicon Valley Bank investors or buyers in SP Legends breaks? Ooh.
Oh.
Asking the tough questions. Ooh.
Isn't that bad?
As the kids would say, snap. Oh, snap.
It sounds like my mother's kind of telling me to do something. So,
Yes, I think you got to speak on your bougie chair, Eric, in your bougie man cave, your little rolling truck in Manila.
when my mother asks me a question like that, she's not really asking me a question. She's telling me to do something.
Show us the chair.
I think you should show the chair while I go get cookies.
I am. Oh, come on, I don't have any cookies.
Sucks to be you. Enjoy your chair.
So it's my birthday on Tuesday, and my my family got me something.
And how many hundreds of years old are you going to be, Eric?
Several. So
It's Tuesday coming up.
they got me
Fancy.
a Boston Bruins leather gaming chair.
I'm glad that you just keep, showing your support to me. I really appreciate it, having all of the items with the B on it. And
Yep, it's my baubles chair.
I'm very, very appreciative.
I dedicate everything to you. I'd be nobody and nowhere without you.
Much appreciated. I'm very flattered, Eric.
Yep.
But see, if you notice, I have the flag back there
Yep,
with the
that says
W,
E.
and it kind of looks like an E. So
Yeah.
kind of paying the respect back.
Good job.
It's a nice chair, Eric.
Well, I'm very appreciative of my family for getting it. It was very nice. And Carlos, you suck.
I do. And yet, delicious. Hoodie almost matches the chair. Facts. That's a nice chair, Eric. Kidding aside, well done, Mama Eric. Thank you, Victor.
Yep. And my wife and daughter. Yeah. So. Yeah.
But I was saying to Eric before we started, it's like people underestimate. Like if you do spend time, like as soon as we started working from home, I invested in an upgraded chair. It's a worthwhile purchase, especially if you spend a lot of time working in front of these things, in front of the machines. I'm sorry, wrecking your back, not worth it. No, pay the premium, get one, and make it work.
Is there like a special eject button on that chair, Eric? Or is it maybe an electrical chair? Or...
What I'm guessing is that there's probably some things built into the chair that I can't see, and my wife probably has some kind of remote. So either to electric shock me, to eject me, God only knows. But I'm expecting someday to find out, unfortunately, the hard way.
Well, on Tuesday, you'll find out, right?
Yeah, that's probably when.
Very true. Says it was for your baubles. Eric doesn't have any cookies. Get on the case. When we get the sponsorship set up, maybe we'll make the crumble cookie thing happen.
Yeah,
We get ever closer every day.
Yeah, they only deliver till 10.
we'll all be eating them once we get the sponsorship.
Probably, yeah. Good chair is a must. I agree. If, like I said, if you do spend a lot of time sitting in the chair, working on computers, doing whatever you're doing, work wise or anything else, a comfortable chair, it'll be it's worth its weight in gold when you don't have to be in pain getting out of it, especially after spending a long day on it. $1 million question has been answered. Eric wears pants during live streams. Thank goodness.
God.
That's right.
Today I am.
Bubbles, did you take a shot at any of the cup hockey breaks? Were you feeling bougie like bougie Eric?
I had looked at them, but every one that I seen, the stars were sold out, and I don't really trust bidding. Like, it's probably not anything to worry about, but I don't understand the whole eBay break stuff where you like bid on the breaks or whatever. I looked at a couple hockey breakers I knew. Obviously, I thought it was Clouts and Chara, but y'all pronounce it Klutz and Chara. I looked at Out of the Box, and there was one other one that I looked at, but every time I checked them, the stars were always sold out. So I did not. I do, however, plan to make a push for a Robertson RPA.
I think we joked about it in the past on the side, but I'll be honest. I think at this point, if you keep the addiction to money going for a little bit, I think it's well within your grasp. I think honestly, a couple of well placed deals, and I think you're going to get there.
Yeah, another reason for the push is I didn't think I would be able to get it, and the pricing where they're at right now is a lot less than I expected them to be.
Yeah.
So, it's
too much time
it's the
passed.
guy I like to collect. It's his best card, so to speak. So I would really like to have one in the collection. So
too much time. What's funny is that initially, if it had come out at the correct time, would have been the best case scenario.
Oh yeah.
However, it took so long to come out. He came out super hot, went nuclear, and then it cooled down again. So like we're actually on the cool down period again. Where, by the way, he's still playing well, still putting up very good, very decent amount of goals. His points will be good, but he wasn't on pace for like 80 goals like he was at one point. Like he came out hot. So it's not quite so
early
bad.
in the year he was on fire. So
So right now it's cooled down a little bit. He's still doing very well. Connor McDavid, I think, is basically sewn up the points race. I think he's got a comfortable lead in goals. I could be mistaken, but I feel like his lead in goals is pretty comfortable right now as well. So he's probably got both of those sewn up. So right now he's really the guy who's kind of standing head and shoulders above everybody else. But other players are having really strong seasons.
Robertson's 6th in points in the NHL.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's very good. That's very good.
Yeah, for his age and his time in the league to be top 10 pushing, he's competing for top 5. He's 2 behind Tage Thompson. He's 3 behind Eric's guy Pasternak. So, that's impressive. So, especially when he was not the guy anybody was looking at in that draft class. So,
I think that's the key, though. And the good news for him, though, is it allows him to kind of fly under the radar a little bit because he's still having a great season, but not everybody's staring at him.
I think his brother was actually more popular because he got drafted by Toronto and everything, and I think people had higher expectations for Nick than they did Jason, and he's like blew his brother out of the water in performance. So,
yep, that's fair. Dave here says you can celebrate accordingly on Tuesday, Eric.
All I want for my birthday on Tuesday is to be an invited guest on the IRP. If I could have anything in the entire world for my birthday this year, would be to be an invited guest on the IRP.
Wow.
I know I'm dreaming big, but if I could have anything, that's what I want.
Subtle, like a sledgehammer to the face.
Same thing.
Well played. Well played. I'll leave that to Michelle.
And I want Dave to sing happy birthday to me.
I could see this. It has nothing to do with me, Yannick, but if this comes to pass, that might make my year-end review. That might make my year-end clip. It has nothing to do with me, and I might still include it.
For your final
I might still include it. I'm just throwing it out. I might still include it. Just on principle. Indeed.
Maybe we can arrange something.
So yes. So I'll touch on it briefly. We did have a little bit of fun. There you go.
And I want it sung in baritone.
Good Lord, man. You are making all the demands today. Jesus.
You went too far with that one.
You keep this up and we're challenging you to cyclocross in Thunderdome. We're linking it all. We're going to do cyclocross in Thunderdome. You can't ride very far away. What I was going to say was, so we'll talk about it a little bit since I did reference it, obviously, in the video and all that. Yeah, so, and we've had, obviously, the comments on it tonight. I watched some of the SP Legends breaks, and it's kind of played out the way we talked about, in the spirit of fairness. I think there's some really nice cards in the set. I've started to see some of them show up. There are some nice cards in it. The problem is they're fewer and far between. There's a lot of ones like, that was a nice card. Does that pay for the box, though? Because basically my comparison is
on card or sticker and relics.
There are some sticker ones, but most of it is on card. Honestly, most of the stuff I've seen is on card. So I think a lot of it is nice. And like some of the concepts are cool. Like they've got the all-time Future Watch ones. There are acetate versions of them, which are actually pretty neat. I think they're kind of cool.
I don't really do new products, especially not hockey. But this one, when I heard it, I was like, man, this kind of neat. It's like, it's totally my era of guys. So
so they've done here the all-time Future Watch, but they've done this one with acetate, which is cool. I like it. You got the North Star jersey and everything.
That one now.
Yeah, but I'm not going to run out to grab the first couple. The first couple, honestly, are going to go too high, and right now I'm not a fan of that. But I think it's a cool idea. I think it's solid. Some of the inserts, like I said, are good. If you're chasing singles, I think the product will be fine. I think if you're chasing singles, you can pick and choose, pick your spots.
Any Nordic stuff in there? I didn't even look.
Definitely. Yeah. Nice. I think Owen Nolan is a Nordique, and I want to say there's a Joe Sakic Nordique card.
Put a nice Peter Stastny in there somewhere.
There might be. I don't remember. Like, I have to go look at the checklist again. But there's definitely a couple of Nordique cards, for sure. 100%.
Boston Reggie Lumley.
No, there's no Reggie Lumlins in the set, and I'm disgusted.
I was at his arena again tonight, Eric.
Yeah, and I showed it to Eric earlier. I'll keep an eye on it, but the first one of these is cropped up.
Ooh,
that's nice.
35.
Yeah, so we got the Evolve out of 35. It's the on card, and that is an on card autograph. That's a nice one. I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
So I'll keep an eye. Like, I'm not going to go too crazy right now. I do have to be somewhat responsible, but I've done well with some of the eBay sales. Like, some of that stuff's been going well, so that might help subsidize a lot of the planning.
Gotta go and buy all the Modanos now.
Well, that's the point, though. Like, honestly, for most of these, I wouldn't buy them now. Most of these, I would, like, sit back, especially if they're not the really low-numbered ones. I would sit back and wait. Again, if you're being strategic about this, you would be like, pick and choose your spots. Right now, some people are asking way too much. Like, there's somebody who's asking here $10 for the base card. And I'm like, no, you're stupid.
No.
What is wrong with you?
Yeah,
Stop being an idiot.
It'll be 60 cents.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the point. The point is, like, you're better served. You can wait. And then you can get the base card. You can get maybe the gold parallel shouldn't be too much. The regular Evolve, maybe the one parallel would be fine. That's cool. Then there's a couple of there's the Decagons, which actually look kind of neat. I think the Decagons, they're die cut. So again, like, it's both. I laugh because it's like we're fair about this. I give credit where I feel credit is due, because I think some of the concepts, some of the ideas are interesting. So you got these die cut Decagons. They got kind of a rainbow foil thing going. I think these are actually kind of fun, and they've got autographed versions of these as well. So that's, I think, going to be very interesting and very fun to see. And they've got for different decades and stuff. So that's a cool card. And that one I'd be happy to add. But I'm not going to run out and pay like a premium for it. Those ones are not super limited. They should be available.
So you got 3 or 4 different Modanos?
There's 18. There's 18. There's actually a whole bunch.
It's a big product.
Yeah, so they've got a lot of different subsets and inserts and some parallels and autograph versions and non-autograph versions. So there's plenty. There's enough to chase if that's what I want to do, but I'm going to wait. And then this one, I think, so far, these are the ones that... so I talked about that all-time Future Watch. I showed the acetate one. But right now, one of the ones that folks are chasing after are these ones. So you got the all-time Future Watch, on-card autograph. So this one's out of 99.
Yeah, that's really nice. When you put the base up of it, whatever you want to call it, I was saying, a blue auto across that would look really nice.
Yeah. And if you notice, if you pay attention to where the autograph is, they actually kind of fade out the color. You can actually see it's lighter. It's got the white. On the canvas, they did that as well. They actually put like a white space there, so when they're signing, it actually helps it be more easy to see.
Yep.
So it's not getting obscured by the image in the back, which is smart design. That's good
Very
design.
nice.
So again, I can say the concept's decent. The design on a lot of these cards looks really good, but the checklist is full of so much filler that most of the boxes you're going to open are going to be miserable. It's both these things can be true at the same time. I can give praise where I feel like praise is warranted, but I can also say like I wouldn't open boxes of this. You're really taking your chances.
No Ziggy Palfy in there.
There is no Ziggy Palfy in the set, which automatically
That's it.
discredits it. So
That's it.
At that point, we might have to just chuck it out completely.
And again,
Totally.
I just want to repeat what Billy told us last week is that he doesn't Upper Deck and Billy himself does not have a lot of wiggle room on who's in the set because he let us know that the NHLPA, who holds the license and allows their players on these cards, kind of gave them a list of who they wanted to see. So if you want a Wayne Gretzky card and you want a Gordie Howe card and you want that Johnny Bauer autograph, you're going to have Stephen Reichart and you're going to have Hal Gill.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you Upper Deck's hands are a little bit tied.
What do you got against Al Gill?
It's nothing. I thought he did a fine job when he was here. It really goes to what we were discussing last week, that a line of cards called
There you go, Yannick.
There you go.
Yeah, so they've got a couple.
Maybe certain
That's pretty
players
neat.
shouldn't be involved in a box of legends. I think it would have been nicer if the product was called Team Heroes, Team Legends, Team Favorites. So I don't know, something along those lines. But to say that Hal Gill of the Boston Bruins is a hockey legend.
Yeah, he's no Byron Defoe.
Yeah, well, who is?
They're from Montreal too, right?
Yep.
Hal Gill, yes.
Yeah, and they definitely went to the well with some of the retro jerseys and stuff. So you got the Keith Tkachuk, but you got him as a Winnipeg Jet.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it's
That is
actually pretty
really
cool.
nice.
I like, and I enjoyed Keith Tkachuk was one of the ones I enjoyed back in the day.
Yep.
So under the right pricing, I might grab this card as well, to be honest, because
Yeah,
I
that's
like
awesome.
the card.
That's
think
what
a
I
cool
was
card.
looking at, that product. I was like, man, this is pretty cool actually, because
Yeah.
But that's what I said again. Single
guys I
hunting,
grew up watching. So
Yeah, single hunting, I think there is some wonderful opportunities. I would not hesitate to chase after some of these singles. I think they're interesting. I think they're fun, especially a lot of my 90s guys that I would have a lot of memories of. So there are some opportunities there. But yeah, just the box has been a lot of a crapshoot, and a lot of what I watched has been a lot of like, if I bought that box, I would not be happy. If that's what I got out of it, I would not be thrilled.
Again, $250 a box, and you got a Keith Tkachuk autograph. You might be like, that's nice,
Mm-hmm.
but where's the rest?
Yep.
And I don't know. Now you guys tell me. Obviously you have an MRP, right? But who really comes up with these prices? Does Upper Deck say, this is what you should charge, or does the market determine?
No, for secondary, once it goes to the distributors get it at a price. Upper Deck determines the price the distributors get it at. That's the deal they make. And then the distributors determine a price that they want to do. They put their markup on it. And then the dealer has to put their markup on it. So by the time you get it from the dealer, you've already been marked up twice.
Yeah.
And then it's based on what the market conditions are. So
Right.
so there right there is the holy grail for Eric there. You got the Marcel.
It's awesome. I mean,
Marcel the man.
most people don't even know he played quite a few years in Detroit and was even the captain of the team.
At first.
People just focus on his Kings career, but no, he's an original six guy with two teams. He started his career in Detroit for original six and ended his career with the Rangers in original six. So people just see him in a Kings jersey. So I like that a lot.
Yeah, they went with a lot of deep cuts. Like I said, again, to give combination of criticism with praise. I feel like a lot of the photo choices, I think, were solid. I think they made some good choices in the photo selection on some of these. choosing to pick some of the players maybe in the team they don't first think about. And this one here, you've got Dallas Stars, yes, but they use the black jersey. The
Yes.
black jersey doesn't get used as much as I would like it to be used. I was actually a huge fan. So this was the OG black jersey. This is the proper
Yeah,
blackout
that's
jersey.
Yep.
So
Never
I like
care for that one.
Yeah, that was actually one of my favorites. And I love the fact they actually used it, which is great. I was okay with the other one that they used, the other dark one, but it's like, I don't need that other stuff. I like
No
the
more
blackout
lime
jersey.
green. No more. Like,
No rave jersey for you?
no glow in the dark jersey ever again. And now while we're on the topic, I want LA to get rid of those silver helmets, and I want Vegas to get rid of those golden helmets, and knock that silly crap off.
They're the Golden Knights.
Knock it off.
I agree. The old North Star jerseys were.
Yeah, but that's why I
miss
think
the
it was
Whalers. I miss the North Stars. I miss
the Nordique.
some of them were pretty nice. Yeah.
Listen,
That's why I think though they made some wise decisions in a lot of the images they used in some of the cards, and a lot of the canvas ones. I actually thought they did a really good job. It's and they went old school in a lot of them. So if you're going with a retro set, you're going old school, and it probably was wise to do that. With a lot of these players, they went early in their career, which is probably a good idea. Here you go, this guy. Look at the size of the padding. Look at the size of everything else.
oh, that's definitely 85, 86 right
Yeah,
there.
that's early. That's early Montreal Canadiens. Wow.
That's rookie year right there.
Yeah, which again is a photo selection. I like it. If
Yeah,
you're going with
it's
an all-time future watch, go early in the career. It makes more sense.
And the cards that you have been popping up, all legends. Perfect.
Yeah, I've been picking and choosing. So I'm intentionally selecting like, okay, this would be a more, if you pull that in a box, you're probably going to be happy. You're probably going to be comfortable.
I'm gonna be ecstatic if I get that card.
Yeah, but then I can go and pull up some stuff and like.
Did you guys? Okay, maybe refresh my memory. I think I heard a conversation this week regarding memorabilia in the products. And what would you guys think? Maybe, let's say, for instance, the guy's first hit piece of something in the card, but legit. So you're like, let's say this year's rookie or young guns got a piece of the guy's first point in the NHL. There's a piece, you know what I mean? You know where we're going with this?
Yes,
Something
yes,
real, not just like event worn somewhere in the back of a truck somewhere that the guy might have looked at the shirt, like, or just
that's a great idea. And
it's a piece of no. This is like real event special. Like, I thought the idea was good. I don't know if you guys heard that conversation somewhere. Like, I unfortunately I didn't write it down, but I heard that's kind of like ideas that Tups might have with stuff like that.
I think that's a great idea, and I think there'd be a premium.
I thought too that I was like, wow, okay, those important events that now like the, I don't know who's I'm forgetting the name, but let's say Julio Rodriguez, everyone's going after this year, but let's say now Julio's first hit piece of that ball or his bat, or I don't know. So
this is one of my favorite cards, and I wish they would do this more. Obviously, it's MLB, and it has the hologram on it to date the game it was used in.
That's
actually the sleeve patch from Victor Robles' jersey on Jackie Robinson Day.
Yeah.
And then they covered it. So I'll try to get it out. The card is actually, or the patch is actually under acetate. So where he signed it is above the patch on acetate.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then the patch is actually sealed underneath of the acetate.
How thick is that card to get a patch in there?
It's not that thick.
Probably that looks at 130 point.
Yeah, it's not that thick.
I would have thought that would have been.
This is one of my favorites.
No, that thing's beautiful.
Because it's,
I like the
game
idea,
warden, it has
like
the MLB authentication, hollow, the Jackie
got...
Robinson patch. It's also obviously a 101, but
let's say like you get like I heard one that, let's say you get like a piece of the score sheet, you know, or anyway, we can go on ideas like this you can come up with, and I think it would be great too if you know, get the authentication, like you said, the bubbles there, like the stickers and stuff, and there's
Yeah, 'cause
better
that
than
link,
just like, oh, there's your hit, and it's just some made up
yeah,
whatever. You're like, okay, like
I think
thanks.
though, if we're being fair though, like the reality is a lot of those ideas have been pitched for literal years. People
I'm
have been
sure.
throwing out yeah, because those cards and that kind of thing, literally you can go to Tops. Tops makes cards right now that have that sticker on it. You can buy some cards through the website where literally they have the sticker on it. You can identify the game, you can identify the scenario, and everything is broken down right to the thing. So they can totally do it. Why don't they do it then? Cost, lack of desire.
Well,
They'd
now
rather
they
they'd
have
rather
all
just
the
make it
rights, right?
basic.
Like maybe like having all those agreements, and like the league basically seeing this too as like in the player association. Like I don't know, maybe like you said, I'm not shocked that this wasn't an idea before.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
think the
maybe
key piece is going to be this. I think they will. The fact is, it is going to be easier for them to do it. So let's be all on the same page. It will be easier with the relationship that Fanatics has and the access that
profits
Fanatics
both
has.
sides to do it. Right?
But here's the thing though. That's the part I was going to talk about. Does it increase profits? If 1% more people
Not
buy the
really,
product
maybe.
and it increases your cost 20%, why bother?
I know, but they're
I'd rather not.
trying to say they want to get people more. But
But the
I
thing,
agree
but the
with
thing
you.
is, if
Ain't
doing
gonna
it doesn't
change
get
it.
more people, then who cares?
True.
Yeah, so it's
But
like
for us, it's good though. Like
I
we get the good
agree.
stuff.
I agree, but like when it goes back to the conversation I've had the last couple of weeks where we've talked about some of these pieces, and I say to them, it's like, and I position it this way: the manufacturer's not your friend. They don't want to be loved by you. They don't even care if you like them. They want you to buy the product. They want to make money. That's the only thing that matters. You can hate their guts, but if you buy the product, that's fantastic. Sounds
You
great.
already
Hate
paid
us.
top dollar for crap. In the
Correct.
box.
So
And
the
now
question
you're
is gonna.
telling me because you'll put more stuff, you're gonna double the price. People will still buy it. Because
And if
keep it
that's the
same
case,
price.
then you can pitch it, and I think they'll agree to it. But the question they're going to have is, okay, cool. If we do this, yes, can we do this? We can totally do this. Okay, cool. How much more money will I make? The executive who's going to make the call is going to ask one question: how much more money will we make if we do this? How much more money do you think we can make? We can make 10% more. Okay. How much does it increase our cost? It increased our cost 15%. So it increased our cost 15%, but I only get 10% more. So I'm actually losing money.
You think it would increase that one? I mean, you just
I don't
put
think it
in
would
one
increase
more
anything.
big hit.
I don't think it would move. I don't think it would move the needle at all.
I don't. Yeah.
I don't think anyone would care. I think the same amount of product would sell whether you do it or not.
Well, I would. Now I would like. Oh, maybe like,
Fantastic.
You know, like,
And I hope you're going to buy a lot of it because you're going to have to make up the difference.
I guess
Because
so.
yeah, but that's the point. I don't trust the collectors to actually care enough to throw money at it. Because that's the proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the money.
I 100% agree. I was just listening. Basically, everyone's trying to. Like, how the hell are you gonna increase the people in your hobby, right?
Yeah,
Like,
no,
I mean,
for sure. I honestly don't think you can.
I don't think so either. I
Like,
don't want to be pessimistic here.
Make
but
as
I
many
thought
make as
about
many
it.
commercials as you want. Make as much, oh, game used everything. Sounds great. Okay, how much did our profits increase? I think like 2%. Oh, okay. So how much more did it cost us to do this? Like 10%? Well, that's stupid. Make manufactured patches then. Who cares?
I
Why
still
bother?
say I was thinking about this a couple of days ago, and we had that discussion regarding vintage cards and everything and the future of the vintage and stuff.
Mhm.
If you really think about it, a large portion of people that are in cards today are likely around our age, and we were either have done it since a young age, or if people left, you hear so many times, well, I came back in because I
Right.
did it as a kid.
Yep.
That carried us through, like, I don't know about well, Eric, not necessarily, but we were like teenagers in the 90s. The 90s had the massive, junk wax era, late 80s into the 90s. Then they started getting creative with the inserts and all that stuff and made it fun again. But it was at the late period where a lot of folks were getting back out of it, or going out of it. The probably 96 to 2000, time frame.
Mhm.
And then 99 is when this little magical thing came out called Pokemon. And what was it, 96, Magic the Gathering came out. So the teenagers that were into sports cards that decided, okay, this isn't cool anymore, I want to go play with Magic the Gathering, they started doing that. There was a lot of shift there. And that nostalgia, like, what's carrying it forward on the generations past us? Like, there might have been some younger people that got into it in the early 2000s, or 2010, whatever. But that group is a lot smaller.
Yeah. Well,
And
also one point I'll make, piggybacking for what you're saying. Why did they come in? When we had this recent hobby boom, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. People started putting money into it. Then the dollars started making other people go, "Oh, sports cards, really? Oh, interesting." Why did they care? They cared because of money. They didn't care about sports cards. The sports cards themselves were irrelevant. They were a vehicle. They were means to an end. And then, now, did you pick up some other people? Potentially. But the reality is, though, why are they here? What? Even those people who are like hardcore collectors who are in the game now, they care about, okay, if I go ask them, okay, so how much is your collection worth? They can probably tell me. They can probably pull up an Excel spreadsheet development. So again, what do you actually care about? You still care about value, you still care about cost, you still care whatever. I can't tell you what the value is in my collection. I could ballpark it. I could guess. I have no clue. I don't
Never
know.
even thought about it.
I don't know. But
Somewhere between $1 and $12 million. Somewhere between that.
Right.
And you see, like, you talk about, or not just specifically you, but people talk about how can sports cards grow. It's like this topic that's been recent, especially when things started to slow back down.
It's not going to.
You don't hear the people talking about how does Pokemon grow. You hear people talking about how much it has grown.
Mhm.
And that will continue on because you're going to then have the kids that were around in the the 99, 2000, early 2000s who then become adults. They're going to go back into it. And it's much easier for those people, if they go back for nostalgia reasons, to discuss cartoonish figures and video games and all of that with their kids and pass that along. So I see that cycle being more of an ongoing thing. And as far as cards growing, like sports cards, the sports themselves, I mean, baseball has been the same game that everybody calls boring for years and years and years. And people went to the ballpark a lot more in the 90s than they do today. So it's like there's a lot of things that are just showing that sports aren't trending in the direction of growth, so to speak. So
yeah,
I can't afford to go to the ballpark or the hockey rink or the basketball game or the football stadium. I can't afford that. How the hell?
Well, what about the box prices in cards?
I can't afford those either. I know. I mean, obviously, I don't buy them. It's not my type of collection, but I can't justify to my wife that I spent $250 for a box of cards. I can't.
But you could get a Hal Gill autograph. The
I can't
Hal Gill.
that.
The Hal Gill. And if you really get lucky, if you live the dream, Steven Reinprecht.
We have a box. Make sure I say this right. It's not a case. It's a box. It's a tin, whatever the hell, of the cup at work. We have one.
Open it.
It's $1,200, and we're just daring each other to buy it and open it. And I just looked at him and said, "Guys, I've done my research. There is no."
I'll split it with you, Eric.
That's the other thing. They're like, "Do you want in on it? We could do this. We could do that."
Just bring all of your collection, Eric. Drop it there. Take the cup tin, open it, end it.
I want no part of
Straight
it.
up.
Everybody's like, "Come on, you can get in. We'll do it together. But we'll split everything up." How are we going to split everything up? I guess if we hit stuff, we obviously have to sell everything. Nobody can keep any of it. So it's like
that's how most of it happens.
This isn't fun. We all put money in, like the 5 of us that were talking today, for example. We all put money in. We hit something big. what are we like? You get it. You get the card on Monday. You get the card on Tuesday. I mean, no, we got to sell it. Gee, that was a ton of fun. I just don't get it. I say this every week when the subject comes up. I don't get it. I can't wrap my head around it. I want no part of it.
Do you ever go in on like Powerball ticket pools?
No.
Because that would basically be what it is. You would
Yeah.
be chipping in to take a chance at hitting something to make a little profit. Because there's no other way to do it. Like you split the box 6 ways,
Yeah, but at
200
least
a
the
piece, and then
Powerball, you
hope
get
you
the
make
money and then you
300.
split it.
Yeah.
The other way around, you got one card that now you got to make something to.
But I
split the
also
money.
like this stuff. So maybe I don't want to get rid of it. You know, what if we hit it and it's a Bobby Orr autograph? You know, a one-on-one Bobby Orr autograph.
Then you pay
Then
them
you
for the
sell
whole
your soul for that in a piggyback ride.
So I just can't wrap my head
Wait,
around.
hold on. If there was a one-on-one Bobby Orr autograph, what would you value it at?
Well, his autograph isn't hard to find, so no.
I was with Eric when he found one at discount.
Well, he's a Boston Brewer and everything's a
But
discount.
if there was a one-on-one cup
Remember
auto,
that frame, Eric?
how
You went
much
back
would
and
you
you're like,
value it at?
are you
I don't
kidding me?
know.
Really? Like,
A one-on-one is probably be what 1,500 to 2,000.
And you
Wait.
just said that you didn't want to pay the man $600 to get his autograph.
No, but I wouldn't pay, I wouldn't pay that. Besides, you're looking for the card, the autograph. You know how many Bobby Orr autographs I'm looking at right now? I mean, there's a bunch.
They're $600 a piece, man.
No, they're not.
Look, they can't all be $1 autographs like this one.
Oh my! Listen, I might be seeing him tomorrow. Don't talk bad about him.
Can you get him to charge you $699 for a photo op? Because that'd be amazing.
No, he takes pictures.
Ask him to split the cup box with you.
Yes! Split it with Ray Bork.
He is wealthy. He could do it.
But there you go. Like, that even gives a story. You opened a box of cards with Ray Bork.
And then all of a sudden you open it up and it turned out somebody screwed up at the factory. You open a box of the cup with Ray Borg and he goes, Steven Reinbrecht, fuck off. Oh man, in the cup. No.
So not to brag too much, but I might be seeing Ray again tomorrow. But also, I might be seeing Adam Oates this weekend.
Tell them both to go in half and half on the cup.
Yeah. So
I think
And
it seems
Polo
like the right
Jason
thing.
Robertson.
There you go.
I didn't think of that. Go to
You
where
might have a buyer. You might have a buyer. Just saying.
I'll even let them personalize it. I'll let them personalize the Jason Robertson if they pull it.
Generous.
I mean, it's staying in my collection, so it doesn't matter.
they're both Hall of Famers, so I mean that'd be kind of neat.
They could put their Hall of Fame and then their years. And then it would look like Jason Robertson Hall of Fame, and then he would be inducted twice. That's how good he
There
is.
you go.
Eventually 3 times.
There you go.
I'll ask Ray about it. See what he says.
There you go. Carlos says here the Braves just announced that they're going to have to stop selling season tickets shortly. They're afraid they won't have any single game tickets to sell if they don't. The game is healthy. The game is not healthy.
No.
And Chili Joe is trying to make the same. Every year, overall attendance does drop, and it has been dropping for some time. And they're sitting on their laurels, hoping for the best. There are markets that are strong, yes. And Philly Joe has a similar comment. We'll touch on that in a second. But the game is healthy. No, it's not.
I think TV ratings went up last year, but that's it.
Well,
Yeah, it went up from
how
like
many
3 people to 4.
How many people are buying season tickets to flip them?
Yeah, and the thing is, those count as sales. Let's put it this way: the Toronto Maple Leafs sell out every game, and there are plenty of empty seats, but they're paid for, so that counts. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you bought it for. The tickets were bought and paid. It counts, but the butt isn't in the seat. Tickets purchased though.
I have a friend who has Montreal Canadian tickets, and season tickets, 2 pairs. He had them for almost 20 years, and still sell them every freaking game.
Yeah, for sure.
Not even a question.
Let me read it real quick here. Evening all, this is the Dutch National Baseball Fan Club. We're all in awe of our Dutch overlords. Using the PSA Hockey Pop Report, there are 7 different sets in 67, 42 in 1990, and 530 in 2019, including oddball, licensed, non-licensed. That's what scares me. Only McDavid cards can hold value, in my opinion. But he's in all those sets too. So can he hold value? Bobby Orr won one autos over something? Allegedly. Breaking blows in mind is most older collector, but who knows? Baseball in total is very healthy. Some franchises are weak. Some, meaning a lot of franchises, are weak. But yes.
Again, yes, I'm prejudiced. I hate baseball. If baseball was healthy, they wouldn't be changing the rules to change the game entirely.
Oh, it doesn't
doesn't
change
make
the
sense.
game
You
entirely.
can't
Slow
say-
down there.
You can't say the game is healthy and then look at the list of rule changes they have to try to improve the game this year. You can't. It doesn't make any sense.
Just going through the comments here. Adam Oates is signing here in Michigan tomorrow. There you go.
Right. So listen to his schedule. Okay. He's going to that signing in Michigan tomorrow. He is then going to, in the afternoon, he's jumping on a plane and coming to Boston. He is then possibly coming to Saugus. And then he's going to Dedham for Sunday morning. And then going back to Boston Logan Airport and flying out Sunday night. I don't know how he's doing it. He has a crazy weekend. So Jeff, if you are going to that show and you're going to see him, ask him what his schedule for the weekend is going to be like. It's insane.
There you go. So Baz
Tell him
here.
to punch Eric when he gets to Boston.
No,
As he should.
don't tell him to punch. He doesn't know me. He a friend of a friend.
Baz here says, I've got a serious question for once, Eric. So a serious question.
All right.
Have you ever asked Bork what he thinks of card stuff? If not, please do. I bet most of the Hall of Fame guys laugh at collectors. Most of them laugh at Eric, but yes.
No, he kind of thinks it's cool. Most of these guys are amazed that there's all this interest in them. Ray, especially, believe it or not, Ray is a very humble, shy, quiet guy. He's been like this, for his entire professional career. I'm sure it was this way as a child too. He's very quiet, actually. You have to listen carefully when he talks because he doesn't talk very loud. He's very shy. He kind of thinks it's interesting that people care about him. And when he sees something new that he hasn't seen before of himself, he takes an interest in it. He also likes and feels kind of humbled when he meets Ray Bork super collectors and actually remembers them. So, I mean, we're a bunch of, I have tons of Ray Bork stuff. I mean, he's right there on my wall there. He's twice underneath the white jersey. He's there. His All-Star game, MVP autograph is from the All-Star game in '96 is there. But I'm not a super collector. There are people that their entire homes are Ray Bork, and he is very humbled by that. And he does enjoy meeting them. And he's even said in the comments, last time I talked to him, I was telling him about this Ray Bork collector that I've met through the hobby. And he's like, where does he live? And I said, Quebec. And he's like, oh, I haven't met him yet. How the hell does he know if he's met this specific Ray Bork super collector yet? Well, that is true. There's a lot here. It's stupid, but I am not a super collector. I'm a collector of Ray Bork. And again, like I like to joke because of my relationship with him. I tell people, I'm not a collector of Ray Bork stuff. I collect Ray Bork.
That's literally foreshadowing. He has a dungeon, Yannick. I'm worried for Ray Bork's safety.
I know. You told me.
I'm worried for Ray Bork's
You
safety.
bragged about it.
When I met Jim Rice's biggest fan is Jim Rice. Ray Bork is just so unbelievably humbled and shy and quiet. You'd be surprised.
Raymond.
Interesting. Carlisle says the most valuable tickets in sports are the Masters badges. They're good for every day. The waiting list for badges suspended in the 1970s. I can believe that. It is a hot ticket. I agree with Eric. Baseball should not change any rules ever. I don't have an issue with changing rules. I just think it has to make sense.
No problem with it.
Yeah.
I have no problem with the pitch clock because
Yeah.
that has changed. The players have changed that. The
Yeah.
batters in and out of the batter's box, the players have changed that. and they had to crack down on it. The shift, you have to change this rule, because I know I make 20 million a year, but I can only hit to the right. And that man's standing there and stopping the ball from going out to the outfield. Make him stand over there. I can't hit it over there. So go make him stand over there. I need that hole so I could get my batting average up, because that's the only place I can hit. What the F is that about?
Can you mute him, Carlos?
The option's always in play. Eric is getting very, very judgmental for a man who will not. He's worried about somebody making $20 million and making demands, and Eric won't even pay $700 to take a picture with Bobby Orr. He just won't do it. Terrible. An experience of a lifetime. You could be in the physical presence of Bobby Orr. Stu says getting rid of the ship was a stupid change. That's fair enough.
Exactly. I can't hit it over there. I need to hit it right there, and that man's in my way.
He's in the way. Move out of the way.
Oh, it's disgusting.
Actually, I kind of like them to like stop the shift and go back to like, that's your freaking position. Stay the fuck there. Why do you shift like 6 guys on the right?
Well, no, actually, if we're gonna do a shift, I would like to see them do that. Cigar, you want the shift? I want the entire infield and outfield on that side.
On first base.
The other side is literally empty.
Yeah. And
So what do you do? Bunt. Bunt.
Yeah.
Bunt it over the other side.
Carlos,
That'll teach you.
With some players, you could literally do that.
Yeah.
You could have the entire team shoulder to shoulder from second to first, and the guy still couldn't hit it up the third baseline. Stupid ass sport.
True. He prefers his hockey where the script is in. And you guys, you can't wait. It'll be amazing when you get a chance to see what comes up next. It'll be very exciting. It'll be good. So, Bubbles, let me kind of bring you into the conversation here. Let me ask you a question. Obviously, you've been starting the process of working on and building up the new channel. And obviously, there's still some stuff you're working on for that. How are you finding things? Obviously, you've been out and about, checking out a lot of different things, and you got your adventures, your various adventures. Obviously, you've been enjoying the process, but it is a lot of work and it's a lot of time. So how are you feeling? How is it going at this stage for you as you're kind of working on some of that and building some of that up?
It's been very, very, very busy with a lot of hours.
Yeah. Well, the reason I'm asking the question is because it is the whole premise. It goes back to what we talked about with the lots. The reason why a lot of people will sell lots is because that's easier. It is less work to just do that. Parsing out, breaking it up, making listings, doing all, or sourcing, finding the things, locating, figuring out what they are, doing a little bit of research, figuring out what you need to do. All of these things take time. All of these processes require some of your energy and your time.
I left my house at 7:30 this morning. I drove, I was about an hour and a half away to a place that opened at 10 a.m. I got in line at 9 o'clock, waited an hour. I was there till probably 11 or 11:30, picked up a few things, left there, drove another hour to another location. Was there, put it this way, I left at 7:30. I didn't get back home till a little bit after 4. I got home. I had 10 items that had sold while I was out through the day that I had to then get packed up. So I'll have to send you a picture. I have a mountain of stuff that I have to take to the post office in the morning and UPS. Nice. But it's been a lot of fun, but it is a lot of work. And I watch some of the other channels and stuff because not only, is it kind of entertaining and interesting, but you pick up on some of the stuff that they're, they tell you some good stuff to look out for and everything. You can learn from each other. But I feel like, and I don't want to get too confident in it because I know it's going to have peaks and valleys, but I feel like being so new to it, we've actually done pretty well. I've also cleaned and sectioned off a part of my garage to not let my house get overran with inventory and everything. We put some shelving and all that out there to
so that's actually what I was going to ask you about, because one of the challenges, and this is just a general thing, One of the challenges
Right.
as you start scaling up any of these things is that okay, you're trying to because I'm seeing that with JMac, I'm seeing it with a lot of other folks that do a similar thing, cards or anything else, doesn't matter.
Right.
They start having to develop a system, whether it be shelves,
Yep.
whether it be bins, whether it be whatever. And just speaking because now you're trying to run a business, right? So now every
Yep.
additional unnecessary extra step, if you have to go searching for something that you sold and you have to go find it, that's a waste of time.
Yep.
You should be able to go find the thing right away, do what you need to do. I saw a video of a guy who was doing his pro. He goes, I can quickly grab the thing, boom, here's the bag or the box or whatever. This is how much it weighs. This is how much it costs. I can immediately weigh it, boom, slap the label on it, boom, ready to go in the box. So he had a system.
Yeah, and the more listings you get on eBay, the more
Yes.
you have to remember where stuff is and know where stuff is. I have like probably like 580 listings right now. I would say probably, well, I would say probably over half of those are cards, and my card system inventory is really, really good. It's the other stuff. I did actually this evening. I signed up someone who doesn't use programs for the pricing tools and stuff for sports cards. I did sign up for a program for the reseller stuff that actually imports all of the data from eBay.
Is it the Card Dealer Pro one?
It's called My Reseller Genie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Similar concept, though. Similar concept.
It imports all of the data from eBay. Actually, people in cards could probably use it. I just signed up for it this evening, but it allows you to put like the price you pay. It updates like sales. It shows your profits. It deducts like the fees and all that from it. And then you can go in there and put other, expenses such as materials and all that stuff. It looks like a very good tool to, keep track. And Eric thinks he's funny. No, actually,
He's
I'm
got
not,
jokes.
because
He's got jokes.
Here's the thing.
Yannick, Bushy guy has jokes.
That's not me. I didn't do that.
It's easy to go out and get items. Don't get me wrong. However, I'm not going to sit here and keep buying and buying and buying if stuff's not going back out the door. And like I said, I have a pile of stuff to go out the door. So, you're not a hoarder if it's heading back out the door.
Keep telling yourself that. No problem.
I do have to give, I really want to know how some of these guys can upload videos, get shit listed on eBay, packed, and go source and find inventory, because that is impressive as hell, because I haven't figured out how they're doing all that.
They have people.
They have people for that.
They must, because I'm sitting here packing takes a while, listing takes a while, and then obviously when you're out buying items, you're not even home to do any of that, and then they're like, oh, well, I'm putting up videos every day too. How in the hell are you doing all that?
Does your son have a job?
Yeah. I've been actually trying to get him. I've been trying to get him to go with me some, because like today, the places I went to, I don't know if you've ever watched them, but they're becoming more popular, but they're bin stores. Okay. Right. And it's basically Amazon and Walmart, Target, Kohl's, like all these different stores, the return pallets. And then people are buying those return pallets and creating these bin stores. Well, there's actually a lot of nice items that wind up in these return pallets in these bin stores.
I've never heard of this concept. I'm serious. I've never heard of this concept. So
it's become popular. Like there's there's probably 5 within an hour from me that I know of now. But the first time I went in there, I thought it was just a bunch of garbage, like knockoff cell phone cases and stuff. And me and her went, I think 2 weeks ago, and it was like $2 an item. And I was finding items in there that sell relatively quickly for $20-$30, and you're spending $2 on it. We went last Sunday to one, it was $5 an item. 2 items I sold the following day, one for $170, one for $110, and I spent $5 an item. Today was new stock where they refresh all the bins, and it was $10 an item. Tomorrow they would be $8, and each day they go down, and then on Fridays they restock. So you have to hunt for this stuff. Like you just can't go in there and buy anything, and it's worth more. But like well, here's two things right here. This is brand new in the box. It's a little Android like HD media thing.
Okay.
It's about
so-
$110. I paid $10 for it, and it's brand new in the box. So you can find stuff like that. This I figured would do pretty well. It's a little golf analyzer thing, digital golf analyzer for your swing. It's about $100. Golf season's obviously gonna come soon, so yeah. I mean, there's a lot of hours, a lot of work, but this week has been surprising as hell. And I have sold trains. I know I was talking to you earlier in the week. Yesterday, I actually had a buyer that scared the hell out of me. He bought my bridge. I had a pre-war Lionel bridge. The guy only had 3 feedback, and he didn't even send me an offer. He just bought it. And eBay has this thing where you can contact the buyer. Well, his phone number was on there. You best believe I called because I was scared that like this was some scam. Dude's credit card got stolen or something. Turns out, no, he's a very wealthy older gentleman that has been collecting trains since he was 10 years old and has always wanted that item and had been keeping his eye on it. And so he purchased it. So I had to package that monster up yesterday, but it's been fun. Busy, but fun.
Bobbles and Choo Choo lives.
Sounds like a ride.
It is.
One of the things I've been impressed about in these stories is that you've been only at this a short time.
I started like the first week of January. I think it was January 8th or something like that.
And you have told us numerous stories about these finds that you've come up with and flipped for much more money than what you have put into it. And what impresses me isn't the fact that part's being done, because that's kind of how business works, but that you have the education and the eye to see something for $5 at a yard sale and have the belief that you can then flip that for 120. I don't know if I could walk into any yard sale and see a salt and pepper shaker and be like, that's $120 salt and pepper shaker, but I'm going to get it for $2. So I've been impressed in hearing your stories that you've been able to have this eye that you can find these things and then flip them for such profit.
Well, like I was saying, part of that too, like
that was a compliment. You're supposed to say thank you, you fucking jerk.
Well, no, thank you. I do appreciate that, but I'm going to give a compliment out to the other folks too, because like when I'm eating dinner or whatever, I'll pop on YouTube and watch some of the other people doing it, because just like cards, learning, you have like, I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, I'm just the shit. I knew all of it and I'm just going out there buying whatever. And no, I'm learning some of this stuff from watching other people, or they'll be like, hey, if you spot one of these, it's a good item to get. Today, I bought a freaking stethoscope. Okay. I would have never thought to buy a damn stethoscope. Is that a Tiger Electronics game?
I spent $20 on this week.
It looks like an old Tiger.
It's the baseball one, man. Coleco, and it still works. Like,
Coleco.
Seriously,
Okay.
I've been playing with it all week.
And I think I've been chatting with Bobbles a lot on these things, and I think it's very impressive what he's doing. Although, to be fair, Bobbles, I need you to keep working at it. What I need you to do is I need you to get to the level that I'm at, because I took a Nail Yakupov one that is worthless, and I sold it for $10. So that's like an ROI of like infinity.
I can't top that.
Like it's Nail Yakupov. His family doesn't want it. His family would pay to not have it in their presence.
I'll say this without like getting into dollars and pennies and all of that. Just since Monday, I have net. Now, obviously, there's item costs involved, but
yeah,
after fees and shipping and all of that stuff, my net sales just since Monday, I have made more money than I did when I was working a 40-hour job in a month.
Mhm.
So
Yep.
it's been pretty surprising, the uptick in it. Like I said, I was gone today and I came home and I had 10 items I had to package. So
And like and that right there is like half the amount of money that Eric makes when he sells his body to science.
Oh, no, nobody wants this thing.
Oh no, they do. They're like, how is it even alive?
No,
We gotta know.
The only people that are gonna
What's
want
Poke
this
it with a
bag
stick. Poke it. Poke it.
is like, the metal collectors. The guys that go around and get scrap metal.
Yes, Mel for scrap. Absolutely.
They're gonna want my hip. That's about it.
Yes.
A lifetime of chocolate stick. Let's find out.
Yeah, like look, like you ever seen Super Size Me? The whole point of Super Size Me was like, hey, what happens to the human body after eating McDonald's? It's like this man has subsisted on nothing but chocolate sticks for the last decade.
He's made a chocolate stick.
It's like at this point, it's like, what kind of blood is that? You don't want to know. Medical science in this very day is baffled. It's baffled.
To make just another point, even if you're not into like wanting to do the reselling thing or sell on eBay or anything, look up Eric or whoever out there and see if you have like estate sales or a bin, one of the bin stores or whatever. Go and even just look for something you yourself may want, because the sales are awesome. Obviously I basically am self-employed or whatever. So finding means to create revenue is important because you got to pay the bills, right? But the treasure hunt is even more fun than the sales and the money and all that stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Going to an estate sale and going into a house not really knowing what all is there and possibly finding something you want, it's freaking awesome. So don't just look at it overall as the reselling aspect of it. It's a little treasure hunt is what it is, even if it's just something for yourself.
Fair enough. Let me read a couple of these here. I'll get caught up real quick. Hashtag fail for nail. Yakupov, absolutely. Carlisle says, speaking of collectibles and salt and pepper shakers, I love when a segue comes together. I found a tiny tin shell shakers from the USS Marblehead on eBay for about $5. My grandfather was on that ship during World War II. I was shocked.
Awesome.
Nice,
let me say something about that.
Go ahead.
So the USS Marblehead is named after the city that's two cities over. All right, you go through Salem. We all know Salem, Mass, witches, all that. On the other side,
you burned a lot of witches in Salem. Go on.
Is Marblehead. Marblehead and the town that I grew up, Beverly, have been in this 200-year fight over which is the actual birthplace of the American Navy, because the ships were built in one city and the crew came from the other city. So the first U.S. Navy under George Washington, both cities fight about it. So the USS Marblehead is actually named after the town of Marblehead, which claims to be the birthplace of the American Navy.
So here's the question. Yannick, I think you'll get this reference. So you said you're from Beverly.
Yeah.
And they're the ones kind of warring with Marblehead.
That is correct.
Okay.
200 years.
So are you Springfield or Shelbyville?
Are you Jebediah?
Is this a Simpsons thing?
It's totally a Simpsons thing, yes.
Okay. I don't watch The Simpsons, but
I need you to do some basic research, and I need to know for next week. Your homework is we need to find out if you're Springfield or Shelbyville. This is very important.
All right, so I know
Do you like your cousins?
I know that Springfield is where the Simpsons live. So
that is true. Yes.
Carlos,
I guess I'm Springfield, home turf.
There. Listen, whatever. I pose the question. We'll learn a lot about you based on the answer we receive.
Where are we on first cousins basis?
Paul says he's more chocolate stick than man. True.
Freaking Paul.
Josh, good evening. What a great group of gentlemen. And Eric. Good evening, everyone. Just friendly PSA to smash the like button. Thank you, Josh.
Hey, Josh, I got something to say to you. You want to take a guess what it is? Just take a guess.
Wild guess.
Paul says we can rebuild him, make him faster, stronger, and full of chocolate sticks. Insert Bionic Man theme song. Evening all. 8 more days until the first card show here in Syracuse in 2023. Cool. You're going to set up at the show? Let us know. How far is Marblehead from Peabody?
Peabody, yeah. I live in Danvers now, but I lived in Peabody for like 16 years or something. I would say as the crow flies, 3 miles.
Wow. As the crow flies. That's serious.
Yeah, I mean, you sit in traffic and, weave in and out of everything, it's take you a lot longer to get there, but it's probably about 3 miles from here as the crow flies, border to border.
Interesting. So let's go here.
How many Dunkin' Donuts in between?
Oh, well, you're in Massachusetts at that point, so you 74. They are on every single freaking corner block. It's ridiculous. We have them across the streets from each other.
I was gonna say
on busy roads. They're directly across the streets from each other. They're everywhere here. It's ridiculous.
Interesting.
Nothing like having a Starbucks across the Starbucks.
We do have Starbucks, but they can't touch Dunks. It's one on every freaking corner around here.
I see. Let's go through
Yes,
here.
I agree, Paul.
No similarities to Eric and Grandpa Simpson.
Shocking similarities.
Or is Canadian TV reference? Do people from Marblehead spit every time they say Beverly? Facts. They saw the pepper shakers were crazy. They were weighted at the bottom like Weeble Wobbles. Interesting.
Oh.
Not setting up, just shopping the shop and picking up a 25 card SGC box up. Fair enough. I like that. How many kilometers is that, Eric?
Shut up, Josh. Shut up, Josh.
Kind of important. Kind of a critical question. Just saying. Yeah. The only obscure Massachusetts references I have is we spent a little time in Malden. That's
and where?
Malden.
Oh, Malden. Yeah.
Yes.
That's like town over from Boston.
Yeah, it's literally just a tiny little spot there that and I think they had like a bed and breakfast or something there, and that's basically we stayed in that one because it was fairly inexpensive, and then we just kind of putted around and then got stuck in the turnpike about 47 times.
Sounds about right.
Yep. I've been to Boston area twice. Who hasn't? They were still the big dig at that time. They're still doing it.
That was a long time ago. You just
it was. Yep. I was in my teens. That's where I bought that 54 Bowman that was like destroyed. Buddy of mine had that. That's where he had the big collection that he had put together. That was basically like the full Topps run, football cards, the baseball cards, and all that. That was the first time I got to hold a 52 Topps mantle. Who hasn't noticed the bougie compilation Eric is wearing tonight? Color coordinated.
Even the chair.
He's got it right down. The coordination right now is on point. On point.
I'm big time. When you're a huge YouTube star and an influencer, you got to look the part. And
Eric is a pretty big deal where he comes from.
From my office.
I was gonna say, where does he come from? PBD?
PBD.
Beverly? Beverly?
Yeah,
It's like
office.
Shelbyville.
Listen, when I'm alone in my office,
Like every day.
All right, I'm a pretty big deal sitting in this room alone. I'm big time.
Mm-hmm. Until Name starts texting you and knocking down to size.
Yeah, well, that doesn't happen for a few more hours.
I see. Fair enough. All right, so let me think. So I've made fun of the Dutch, did that. Made fun of the SP Legends, said already a little bit. So I think we're good with that one. We'll leave it be for now. And we gave it some credit. We gave it some mockery. We gave it a little bit of both. And I think that's fair. I already took my pot shots at Floating Head, so I'm good there. $1 Million Man cameo, we got that. Just trying to think. Is there anything? Even the Ken Golden horse thing. The Ken Golden horse thing we even got in there.
I have a story from work, which it does tie into something we were talking about earlier, talking about the costs of these boxes and everything. So it also connects with a month or two ago when Sports Card Dad did his whole addiction to sports card thing. We talked
Gotcha.
about all that, right?
Okay.
So
Before we continue, I'm just going to pause you. I'll let you finish.
Yeah.
Bubbles, this was a good one. I'm a fan of this one. We love a Michelin Man. We love a Michelin Man reference. And Paul says, "What's the Ken Golden horse thing?" Oh, Paul. Tell you what, Eric, tell your story, and I'm just gonna put it, on the screen while you're telling the story, and then we can all enjoy Ken Golden's wonderful CGI horse.
no, I'll wait. It's a very interesting story. I'll tell you that.
Well, I'm not gonna explain the horse thing. I'm literally just gonna play it. So if you want to give the story while the horse is playing, just go for it.
So we have all sorts of customers come in, and some have gotten themselves in trouble within this hobby. We had a kid come in with a box of cards and was asking for like $1,000 for them. He was told very clearly, no, we got to resell them. This is book, blah, 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 blah. He started getting kind of aggressive and then started haggling. All right, how about 900? And this went on for a while. And the person that ended up talking to him the most really had a lot of patience. Come to find out, this young man in his 20s, I would say mid 20s, maybe somewhere between 23 and 25, has got himself into a $10,000 hole due to his inability to control his need to break boxes. He is his whole point, break boxes, make money, the whole thing that was going on during the pandemic, where people were doing well. He's $10,000 in the hole. He can't move the cards that he has.
Right.
He got so desperate, he went from 1,000 down to 600. Still, we said no. He told me his plan is that he needs this money
to go break more.
No, it's worse than that. It's worse than that. I need this money so I can go to the casino and make my money back. There was a part of me that wanted to throw up. As somebody who cares about people, who's worked in the counseling world and the therapeutic world and the addiction world, this is a 23, 24, 25-year-old kid. His life is in the hole right now. He is screwed because he can't stop. And he keeps thinking the next box is going to, I'm going to break and pull a card and it's going to get me out of this hole. And then I'm going to last ditch try to sell anything I can and then go to the casino, double down and make all my money back. And he started getting more and more and more agitated as he kept hearing the word no, because you could see that this is his last ditch effort. And he stormed out of the store and he went and he sat in his vehicle for 10 straight minutes. And we kept a very close eye on him and came up with a plan of what to do and how to deal with it if this young man came back in the store with bad ideas on his mind. Because desperate people do desperate things. Right. So we actually had to come up with a plan that you're going to do this, you're going to do that. This is what's going to happen. Because kid sat there, but stormed out. I mean, just beside himself because his life is in such chaos, and sat in front of our store for 10 minutes. Thankfully, he finally drove away. I don't know if he was on the phone, contemplating life. I don't know. But I was afraid. We actually moved where we were standing in case he decided to drive the vehicle through the front door. We had items available to us in case he came in and was hostile. We knew who was going to make the phone call to the cops if this kid stepped 1 foot out of his car. It was, I wouldn't say scary. I don't think any of us were scared. It was a tense 10 minutes. And it's all because of this true addiction to breaking boxes and trying to make money in this hobby. And this kid's life is in shambles at say 25 years old. And it really kind of it broke my heart in a way.
Right.
And to think that I was going to have to hit him in the head with an aluminum baseball bat didn't make me feel any better about it. So we've talked about this in the past when Sports Card Dad did his thing. And, we talked about it. Everyone knows that watches, I can be very serious about things. Addiction of any kind is one of those things I get very serious about. And it was a real shame that this kid has put himself in this position. And it's a shame that I'm at work with my coworkers trying to come up with a safety plan because this young kid has put himself in this position. That's not what I should be doing at work, is coming up with a safety plan. So it was a tough day yesterday.
Right. No, that's fair enough. I think the reality is kind of Hunting Hits has the correct statement here. That's why I think at the time when we had the discussion, we tried to make sure to make clear that there is an actual real addiction side to things, but there's a difference. There's a difference between somebody who is just doing a poor job budgeting. You're just not budgeting correctly, or you're overspending, and you are positioning yourself in a way that you're actually hurting yourself in terms of your day to day, and you're creating that level of stress for yourself, and that's not a good situation.
Yeah, and it's 100% the individual's responsibility, especially if they're an adult. But this is where our hobby's at. We have $1,200 boxes of the cup, and people think if they max out their credit cards or somehow, beg, borrow, or steal the money, they're going to open that up, and somehow all their problems are going to be solved. It's like.
Can I say?
Go ahead, Bubbles.
Just real quick. This was actually an issue pre $1,200 boxes, pre boom.
For sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I actually was in a similar, I don't know if it was $10,000, but I used to buy into breaks.
Yeah. I remember we did
was,
discuss it a little bit, and you were having a lot of stress and even thinking about kind of walking away from the hobby because of the stress and issues it was causing you, because it wasn't a good cycle.
All because of freaking Manny Machado. But it was, I'm thinking it was 2018, the year that he got traded from the Orioles to the Dodgers. I think that's when it was.
They're about there.
But there was so much talk, about him being traded, everything else. Topps Definitive came out, Diamond Icons came out, and I was sitting there buying in the Orioles over and over and over. And then there was two other guys that if I didn't have them, they ended up having them in the breaks. And I was just chasing because I kept seeing them hit these big Manny Machados. I didn't hit a single freaking Manny Machado in any of those Definitive and Diamond Icons breaks. Then I started buying into other breaks, and the reason it got so bad and I got so upset over it is I realized all I was doing was adding to the credit card, right? I just kept buying in, chasing. And when I did hit something, it wasn't even it was exciting for that moment. But like you was talking about opening that box of the cup, it sucked because here I was hit an awesome card. I couldn't even keep the damn thing because I immediately had to sell it to pay the credit card bill to be able to keep playing, to hopefully try to, break even or something. So I wasn't even enjoying the hobby. It was literally, put that credit card number in, and I finally realized it just sucked. I wasn't having fun. I wasn't keeping anything I hit. And so I decided, I did break down one day and I almost got rid of everything. the bobbleheads, like anything to do with sports, I almost got rid of it all. And she talked me out of that. And, we changed how we went about things. And, the hole I was in that got dug out of, and, all of that. But no, that was before the boom and the $1,200 boxes. It was still a thing. And it, it's too, it's too easy to do. Like, really, it's too easy to do. You can sit wherever you are. You can go and sit on the shitter and have your phone and spend $10,000 like it was nothing.
Yep.
So it's way too easy to do.
It is and it really is, because when you're putting $10,000 cash down on a table,
Yep.
your brain is getting a different message of what's happening, as opposed to pressing a button
Mm-hmm.
and getting that instant gratification. When you had to go to work and work your overtime and bust your ass to get that extra, cash, and you're now taking that and putting it down on a table, like I said, your brain is working completely different and understanding what is happening, versus sitting on the shitter and going,
Yep.
it is very easy just to do this, and you're not seeing that money disappear. It's all
It was
in the cloud. It's all pretend.
just like the question earlier about, did I participate in any of the cup breaks? And truly, I did look at them, but it was more so because, like you said, boxes were $1,200.
Yeah.
I couldn't go buy a box, and
Yeah.
buying one box at $1,200 was that's just insane risk.
Mm.
If I could have gotten the Dallas Stars, which is obviously the team that has the player that I want, there's no Kraken in it, so wouldn't have been buying them for her. That was much cheaper than one box at $1,200. Plus, that break, when I was looking at them, was across a case. And I think there's 6 tens per case.
Yeah.
So not only was it cheaper, but it also increased, in a sense, the chance of me getting the player I wanted. Now, it's not saying I was going to get it, but it would have increased the chances. Again, I didn't buy into any, but if I had tried to go after it in that manner, I would have, went towards breaks. But again, that's where all of the manufacturers, not just Upper Deck and the Cup as a product, but that's where all of it is shifting in most of your products, because you can't just go plop, 250, 500, 700, 1,000 on one box to hope to hit something. So breaks break it down, and it's normally across a case, and so you have the odds are more in your favor at a lower cost. But then that cycle is just too easy to continuously do, and before you know it, you've probably spent more than that box would have cost you anyway, where you at least would have gotten something out of it, because that was the killer part. Is many times in those breaks, you just spent money and you didn't get shit to show for it.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
you didn't even get the Yakupov or anybody out of it. You got nothing.
Yeah. So I'll
So
quickly add a point just based on what we were talking about there, because oftentimes what I'll talk about it is that I don't really participate in any breaks. I've opened the odd box here, and I've done it on the channel as well. But it's the odd box. I pick and choose. I pick and choose my spots very carefully. When the AW product came out, I opened blasters. I opened a couple of hobby cases because I'm trying to get certain cards and I'm building out certain parts of the set and all that. Whatever. I did that with the Dennis PC. I went and there were auctions where you could get specific characters. But since it's specific characters and your odds are a little bit longer, most of them would sell for very little. But what happened is I'd go look for breakers where they give you everything they pull for the character. So even the base cards. So it's like no matter what happens, what you'll at least, and what they would do is you go into the break and they would open a case. So I went into 2 or 3 of the breaks, so I got the equivalent of about 3 cases worth of boxes. And then whatever they pulled, base cards, parallels, whatever, you get all of it. They stack it up for you, no problem. I was able to pull a couple of cards that were the lower numbered ones, which was great. It kind of filled in that portion of it. But because I had just started and I didn't have any cards for that set yet, Everything was filling it in. Even the base card, the base parallels and everything is like perfect. I put it in Z-Folio, 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 and I filled in a couple of the nicer ones, took a couple of the basic inserts, threw that in the Z-Folio. Okay, so I got to fill in part of that collection. But you're also
But
taking a shot on the off chance, maybe. So you're getting the base cards, you're getting the basic stuff, but maybe you get lucky. Maybe you get the autograph because the autograph was already like $150, $200 card. And I'm paying $20 to buy into the break and getting a case worth for $20. I can take a couple of $20 flyers, and if it hits, well, then that covers the whole thing plus then, and I was able to get the card much cheaper versus otherwise, I get a bunch of base cards, that's fine. I got some base cards and I fill in, but it was a $20 risk. It was less than the price of a blaster.
And
so
young, just real quick, and obviously, listen, and none of us are millionaires, and again, I want to be serious during this topic, so none of us are millionaires, but all of us could lose $20, and that's not going to affect our lives. We can lose $40. It's all of us could lose $100 bill on the ground. It's not going to affect our lives. All right. So that is fine to do, but when you're dropping $1,200 a case, and you start going into debt, and your whole world is crumbling, that's when you have to say that this isn't working.
Right.
And so for us, dropping $20, $40, anywhere, within 100, that's nothing for us. We're fortunate enough to say that that's not going to affect our lives in any way. And if we get something good out of it, out of the break or the box, great. If we don't, so what? It was fun to do. But
to Carlos's point,
just ruin themselves. It's tough.
To his point, he was excited about that AEW product. I mean, you talked about it for a long time, and it kept getting delayed. You were excited to open that product. Like, it wasn't just about what can I make off of, getting a big hit. You legitimately liked the product and wanted to open it. We have products that we like, Upper Deck Series 1 and 2. I like opening Topps Heritage. Flagship Topps sometimes is fun. That, now the print runs are higher. It's not quite as fun, but, there's products out there that we enjoy opening. When you're doing that, you're not just going after, the cards or seeking that hit. Like you were saying, if it's $20, $40, even $100 on a box or whatever, but you're enjoying that, like when we opened Metal Universe, we liked that product. We liked it last year. When it came out this year, the box price was more reasonable because last year was like $400, I think, for a hobby box.
That's right.
This year was like $140 or something like that. So it was much more manageable. And me and her had fun sitting down. Bonus was she pulled 2 Kraken cards that, for her collection. So even if that bonus wasn't there, we still had fun. But to another point, I think when you're, like you mentioned, sometimes you can get lucky. You might buy for a specific intent, maybe trying to complete a rainbow or a run or whatever. You might just have, I feel like when you're not chasing, and this is coming from experience, when I was chasing, it felt like I didn't hit shit, and I was just getting deeper and deeper and deeper in debt. When I have been like, oh, this product's out, let me see how much, it is to get into a break, I have hit some amazing cards. I hit a Justin Herbert gold auto from Contenders Optic just because the break price seemed smart because it was 3 different cases. It was a serial number break, so I wasn't tied to a specific team. And I think it was like $89 or something like that. And I was like, hey, the odds seem smart here. There's some really good teams available. And I just so happened to hit a Justin Herbert autograph that somebody bought from me for $6,800. When I was buying the Nationals to get Brady House Bowman Chromes because he was playing an hour away and I wanted to see if he could sign a couple for me, I hit the orange refractor out of 25. Wound up being able to trade that at the National for a Justin Tucker Contenders rookie auto. So there was times where I literally was going for either fun and entertainment, or like when I was going for Brady House, I was just looking for base cards or maybe hopefully get a refractor or something. I hit really nice stuff. So it's almost like when you look at it just from, okay, I'm going to spend $60 to have some fun and see what happens, you do much better than I'm spending $60 because I need to hit $400 or something like that. That's when you're not going to hit shit and you're just going to be mad. But I think that's also what triggers that little whatever it is in our brain. If you don't hit, well, next time it'll happen. And then that when it does, oh shit, I know I can't keep losing. And the next thing you know, even if you did hit that $300 card, you've done spent 600. So it did you
Right.
no damn good.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And this is even outside of cards. I think that's just the gamble nature. Is it's the next one is it, and you keep feeding that, feeding the machine.
Yeah. So, let me quickly kind of piggyback off of that. I think in general, to your point, it does go outside of just cards. It can go into gambling, it can go all that. I think the way that I kind of approach a lot of this stuff is that I found things always work worse when you're operating from a state of desperation.
Yep.
Mhm.
If you're operating, and that's in anything, and
Yep.
we can take it to a much lighter thing. We can take it to a much lighter world here. I used to get a chance to play a little bit of golf. I don't get to play golf anymore. Well, let's forget about gambling here for a second. Let's take the principle, the concept of desperation or trying too hard, or that applies to a lot of things. What's the thing that they tell you when somebody's trying to do a golf swing and they're trying to hit this big monster drive and they tense up? Well, guess what? The person who's tensed up is in trying to muscle it is probably less likely to succeed than the person who's relaxed and smooth and there's a tempo and they make solid contact. And what happened? Well, they don't look like they're trying that hard. Actually, you probably will have better results if you're just operating smoothly. If you're going into a break with the idea that this is entertainment value for me, the price point is such that I will get enough entertainment out of this that'll work for me. And if I don't hit anything, that's fine. I'm good. Because I didn't go in with the net. It wasn't a desperate need to hit the big card. It would be nice. It's a nice to have.
Mhm.
And if it's a nice to have, well, sometimes the nice to have happens. Sometimes the nice to have works and then you can enjoy it even more because it's like, oh, cool. That was the thing. Yeah, $20 and I got the card. Hey, awesome.
So let me piggyback off that because you're 1,000% correct. We'll just look at this card. We're going to pretend this card is whatever you want it to pretend. Okay. I'm getting into a break, or I bought a box and I open it for fun. I get this card. I'm happy and I'm excited about it. This is great. Same box. I'm opening it with desperation, with 10 grand in the hole, with investments and profits in mind, and flipping and blah blah blah. Same box. I get the same card. Now all of a sudden this card is shit. It's all about your mentality and why you're doing it. If you can afford it and it's for fun, this is look what I got. This is fantastic. You're doing it for the wrong reasons, for money, to try to get you out of a hole. Look at this piece of shit. I paid X amount for the box and this is all I got.
Mhm.
It's the same card. And if that is happening, you're doing it wrong.
Yep. Now let me touch on this one because this one Eric is leaning into it, and it'll give me a chance here to refill my beverage while we do it. So great discussion. By the way, great discussion, everyone. So thank you for adding into that discussion, and thank you also to the chat for adding that as well. So Yannick, real quick, just before I want to read this comment for Eric, but do you have anything you want to add to this? Like I said, for me, the concept has always been I don't like to do anything from a desperation standpoint. I took it outside of cards for a second. Like, and I'll bring it to something that I'm doing right now, and then I want you to get. I want to get your take on this as well. When I was talking, I mentioned already that I gave my notice at work, and I'm going to take a little breather, and I've got some things that I want to do and work on. So I've done that.
Sorry. Okay.
No, you totally missed that, Janik. I mentioned already last week. Like today was my last day at work. I'm done. I'm done.
He's retired.
Yeah, I'm retired. Why do you think I got enough time to make fun of the Dutch even more? I'm dedicating my life to making fun of the Dutch, at least for the next couple weeks. Anyway, the point is, when I was chatting with a couple of the folks at work and we were winding everything down, they were like, this is a serious conversation.
Did we try to make you go to work and you said, that's it, I quit?
What's that?
Did they actually try to make you go to work physically, and you just said, "That's it. That's
Well, I've been
I'm
going
out
to
of
work
it."
physically once a week for months. No, that wasn't the reason why. There were
Once
more
a week.
reasons.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
there were more reasons. There were
So
more
they
reasons.
said
But
like full time.
yeah, no. But the thing is, in the conversations I was having, because I always joke with folks that it's like when somebody quits and they're done, that's when people have the most honest conversations, because then they'll want to kind of chat with you on the side, and then they'll have their own grievances, and you'll hear all kinds of stuff. It's kind of fun. But the thing is, because I didn't specifically already have another role immediately to jump from one to the other, I was going to take a breather automatically. I was going to do it. That was my plan. They were like, "Oh, I'd love to do that," because I'm just tired of like grinding it out, doing it over and over again. But it's like, I'd be too afraid to do it. And I go, well, that's for better or worse. I don't like to operate or work in fear. When I do my job, I don't fear for my job. I do my job. And when I'm making a decision, I'm not going into fearful. If I don't believe that I can get another job, then why the hell would I quit? I'll put up whatever the hell they make me to do, because if I'm scared, then I'm going to tolerate whatever you're going to do or whatever you force me to do, because, well, if I lose this job, I'm doomed. Then I'm done. It's over. And I'm like, no, I've been doing this. I've been doing this thing for years. I've been in this section of the industry for over a decade, and I've worked at various companies doing the similar type of job. They're all the same. Like, I've done this before. But you have to believe that you have that confidence that you can do that. If you don't have that confidence, then you're going to take whatever they give you, and you'll do it, and you'll grit your teeth and tolerate it. It's the same thing with these other things. It's the mentality you have to go into it. You can't make the decision if you're fearful, if you're tense. That never turns out well. I've never seen fearful decision making turn out well. When somebody's opening those boxes though, and they're trying to get out a hole, that's fear. When does that decision ever turn out well?
Never.
Yeah. So as I said, it applies not just to box breaking. It doesn't just apply to car. It applies to all kinds of stuff. Operating from a place of mental fear, and then trying to make decisions based on that, you're not going to make the optimal decision unless you just get lucky. But you're likely going to make bad decisions or mediocre decisions. You will not make the optimal choice.
I agree.
So this was the one here for you, Eric. I would love to hear Eric's thoughts on any moral hazard an LCS does. So what does the LCS have a responsibility in this? Because we joke about it, but at the end of the day, boxes have odds on them. It is really a gambling product. And that's right now what the whatnots and the TikTok thing and all that they're struggling with right now. It's like, this is kind of a gambling thing, isn't it?
100%.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of an interesting little quirk it creates. So I'll come right back, but if you want to give some thoughts on this,
Yeah, sure.
Before you get into it,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna have to head out because
All right, buddy.
I'm pretty damn tired and I got to get up early in the morning too. So, but I wanted to get on and chat for a bit. So
No, it's good seeing you. I missed you on Monday.
yeah, you see what happens when you miss.
Now you know. Now you know. But no, thank you, Bobbles, for hanging out and joining in as always. Appreciate you joining in the chat. Get back to your crippling addiction to money, though. Get back to that.
Yeah, I know I got to get back to my. I need some sleep. So, but
Take it
you
easy,
guys
Bob.
have a good night. It's
All
been
right,
fun
man.
as always. Everybody in the chat, thank you guys.
Take it easy. Have a good
make
one.
Eric pay.
Oh, come on. I was being nice for a sec. Get out of here.
Have a good one, Bobbles. Take it easy. All right. So, Eric, go ahead. This one's all you, and then I'll come right back.
So, looking at this from the point of addiction, because this is a gambling addiction. That is my professional opinion. I will not change from that. The addict is the adult addict is 100% responsible for their behaviors. Okay, whether it be drinking, whether it be gambling, whether it be anything else, the individual is the one that's 100% responsible. Now, a lot of times people will say, well, what about drinking compared to gambling? Well, the law says a bartender cannot overserve the patron. It's against the law. Bartenders can be arrested. They can be held accountable. I know it doesn't happen. We're talking about the book of law, not the book of reality for the moment. There are laws on the books saying that bartenders have a responsibility. alcohol. If you
Yeah, you're so right.
right, so you can't compare the two when it comes to this. So we, as local card shops, don't have the law behind us to cut somebody off. In the way the world works, unfortunately, if I had a moral objection of selling someone a $1,200 box of cards and I refused, I wouldn't be surprised if they sued me and won. Have there been times that I've kind of said, "You sure you want to buy this?" Or maybe I've kind of on a used my former profession and used some strategies to kind of bring up a conversation and let them hear themselves talk and then let them decide. But I don't have the legal power like a bartender to say, no, you can't have this box of the cup. Yeah, clearly you are a gambling addict. You got yourself $10,000 in the hole, and I'm not going to sell this to you. I don't think that would go over well. So we don't have the law and the courts behind us on that like bartenders do. But yes, I have, like I said, had conversations, dropped some hints. It's up to the individual. They are 100% responsible for their lives as an adult. It is.
So, are you Smart Serve certified? Is the question I have.
Am I what?
Are you Smart Serve certified?
As a card dealer, yeah. No.
Cut them off.
Yeah. They don't send us to a mandatory training to serve.
So, do we have to put the warning banners now that says this is gambling, and if you need help, call the 1-800.
Well, look, Yannick, seriously, there is. It's okay. Look, I want to take a moment and be serious. The reality of this is, as someone who's been in the hobby a very long time, we understand some of the seedier side of it. We understand some of the realities of it. There are odds on the box for a reason. They have to state some of these odds to give somebody an understanding that, hey, even if they say, you're guaranteed one autograph per box or whatever it is, that's fine. But you're not guaranteed a good autograph. You're not guaranteed necessarily an autograph that'll make you back your money. On average, your ROI in breaking is negative. You open enough boxes, you're going to lose money. You can open the entire print run, you'll lose money. But you'll pull every good card possible, but you're still going to lose money. The math will not work out for you in the long run, no matter how you want to play this. Can you get lucky in the short run? Absolutely. You can get on a heater, pull a bunch of monsters. There you go. Your short run, you're a positive ROI. Now, the point is, though, you have to treat these people like adults, but this is where it creates a bit of a murky complication. The product is also marketed to kids. It's also marketed to everybody. It's marketed to everybody between. There's no age limit on sports cards. You're buying a box of Upper Deck Series 1. You can be 10 years old. If you're there, your parents gave you some money and they say, hey, can I have a box of Series 1? The dealer's going to go, yeah, absolutely. Here you go. Best of luck.
What do you even think about it twice?
Because it's like, yeah. But is there a gambling element to it? Of course. They're hits. There's chase cards, right?
It has odds. Odds is gambling.
Yeah.
Well, so is buying the bag of chip that you can get the tickets to go to the Super Bowl. Are you going to stop selling the bag of chip to the kid that bought too many bags of chip because he wants to go to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, that's gambling. That's.
Eric. I'm not saying it's like not gambling. I'm like, where do you draw the line? That's all.
But at least you get chips.
Gotta put warning.
But Yannick, at least in that one we get chips. At least we get to eat the chips. We get to eat the chips.
Did you bring that?
I didn't draw any lines.
Eric?
I said it's the individual's responsibility. I didn't draw any lines.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying. I'm just like, it's to me. I'm sorry. It's whatever, man. You want to spend your car on buying cards? That's fill your boots. I wouldn't even think we'll blink twice about it.
No, the key to this conversation is not saying I've lived in this industry long enough that at the end of the day, and I'm being very honest and transparent about this, I don't care if people financially ruin themselves. it sucks to be. It sucks to be you at that point. Like, I didn't put a gun to your head. Nobody put a gun to your head.
Exactly.
Will I feel bad for you to a certain degree? Sure. But at the same time, it's like you have to take some responsibility for yourself. The question was kind of from the perspective is, does the LCS have any responsibility? I think the best they can do, and this is similar to what we talked about with Brad or with Baubles, what if somebody just doesn't get it and wants to send in all their cards for grading, but it doesn't make any sense? These cards are like $2 cards. You're not doing it because you just want it in the holder. You're doing it because for some reason you feel like you have to. And I'm like, but you're spending a lot of money, and what benefit are you getting out of this? If you just wanted the fancy holder and that's all you care about, well, then I don't care if the card is 10 cents. Then have at it. It's your money and you want this, so be it. But there are folks who just feel like, oh, well, you got to send all your cards in for. No, you don't. Absolutely not. So then as the submitter, the bulk submitter, what's your responsibility? Well, your responsibility in this case is to educate. Just be like, hey, some of these probably make more sense than others. At the end of the day, we will accommodate. If this is what you want to do, we'll do it. But I'm just telling you, it doesn't feel like it makes sense here.
At some point, for being in that situation, like, even if you're trying to talk the person into like,
but I feel like that's all you. I feel like
be-
that's all you're really. I feel like that's enough. If you've
That's
done
it.
that, you've already done enough. You've given them some diligence.
Exactly.
They're not going in completely blind. You've given them the best of your ability, a little bit of information, a little bit of a warning. But at the end of the day, if they willingly say, "I want you to submit this for me," well, at that point, I've done what I can. I've done what I can to educate you. If you still want to do this, so be it.
It's your money.
Yeah, we have discouraged people countless times, literally countless times, that no, you shouldn't send this one in. You shouldn't send this one in, and that's money off the business's plate. But you don't need to send in a 1994, Joe Schmo card. They'll ask, do you think I should send this in? No. We could be like, oh yeah, you should send all your cards in and make sure that we're the ones doing it, and here's our bill. But no, we say, no, you shouldn't do this. But maybe this card might. If you're in, and I ask people all the time, is this for your PC or are you looking to flip it? And if they're like, oh, it's for my PC, I'm like, go over and get a mag holder for $2. So, is that the same or is it different? I think it's different. I think Carlos is right again, and it pains me at times, but that's education about the hobby. I'm not there to help you make life decisions as an adult. I will educate you. I will give you some insight to something you may not know much about. I can't even begin to tell you how many people come in and say, oh, so-and-so passed away. We were cleaning out the house. I know nothing about this stuff. What am I supposed to do with it? And they're dropping big cards, garbage cards, whatever, all in a pile in front of you. And I take it serious, and I'm not a crook, so I will tell them, well, this thing here is good. This one isn't. And they say, well, I read something or I saw something on YouTube about grading, or my cousin's kid told me about grading. And it's like, yeah, you shouldn't do this. Maybe
I saw this guy on YouTube and he goes, hello. And then he said,
right.
like, you should send your stuff, right?
So that's part of our job, is to educate and assist people and not screw them over and rip them off. But if some kid wants to come in and say, I need to sell these cards because I'm going to go to the casino and try to make $10,000 tonight to get out of this hole that I'm in. Okay. Good luck.
I think that's the smart choice. And I think you should, not only this, you put double your money on black.
Yeah. See, no. Yeah.
That's, and if you lose, then you double that again. Yeah. One day it's going to pay.
Yeah. So anyways, that's kind of how I feel about the responsibility for card shops versus with people. It's 100% their responsibility.
Yeah, for sure. No, like I said, I felt it was a valid line of question. It was a valid discussion. We've had some good discussions tonight. I've enjoyed it. But yeah, at a certain point though, and this is, like I said, where I differ from a lot of the folks here. A lot of folks want to do the hand wringing and the pearl clutching and all this stuff. It's like, guys, I'm going to let you, I use the analogy. I'm going to let you walk off the cliff if that's what you want to do. I can still tell you, by the way, if you walk off that cliff, you're probably going to
Just
fall to your
wait.
death.
We'll
I
watch.
can get, but then if you still choose to walk off the cliff to your death, it's like, hey, I've done my part. I did what I could. I didn't just leave you to blindly do it. I gave you at least a little bit of information. And if you had asked, we could have elaborated more. I'm not going to chase you down. I'm not going to do the work for you. I'm not going to make the decisions for you. It's yours. You make the decision. And then if you make a mistake, learn from it.
Everything you're saying is 100% accurate.
Yeah. So Paul here, and also good evening, Paul. An honest LCS that doesn't overpromise, has no more responsibility to police individual spending. The Home Depot does selling flooring to people trying to get rich, fixing up and flipping houses. I think that's a very fair point.
I agree.
Fair.
100% agree. I saw one. It's the cup, right? Basically, the one tin that is really expensive lately. The guy on, so it was a live on one of those hobby shop in Montreal.
Right.
The guy just buying the product, he was shaking. And then opening the box, he was shaking. And even without even had the lid open yet and knowing what he got, and he was shaking because
Is it
like,
excitement
obviously,
or nervousness?
not being mean, but in my mind, I was already kind of like, man, you cannot be that nervous if you didn't have that money to spend, and now you're spending it, and you're obviously you need the hit, right?
Yeah,
and
that's
legit, I saw it, and you can tell he was, like you could totally tell that wasn't. Then he stopped shaking right away. I was like, that's interesting. That's definitely. I saw the same behavior at a casino,
oh, absolutely. It's
and I'm guilty. I used to.
It's all the same thing.
I used to be a big time gambler, long time ago. Until like one day but I was on a roll for a while. You're always on a roll. But nothing like lose it all and start over to get you to smart the fuck up.
With alcohol,
in my case,
with alcohol, it's the chemicals in the alcohol that are getting you to have a change in yourself. With when you're dealing with gambling, now you're talking about adrenaline and endorphins that are kicking off in your brain naturally because of what is happening. And that's the high that you're chasing. Unlike drugs and alcohol, where the chemicals in those are the ones that are altering your mood, gambling is all about that addiction is stemmed in adrenaline and endorphins.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair. Dougachino, good evening. I still can't believe the Seahawks didn't try to run the ball. Like, OMG. I mean, is this facts or is this facts, Carlos? It is hashtag facts.
Thank God they didn't.
Facts, sir. Facts. U.S. Sports Crush here. I grew up in the era of an LCS total to take advantage of kids. I wonder if that still happens, but at a much lighter price point nowadays. Again, like there's still going to be good and bad shops. There are going to be people who, the reason why we had that conversation earlier is that the amount of responsibility an LCS has is actually very minimal. It's actually a very low bar of responsibility. But realistically, because our expectation is that people have to be able to make these decisions on their own. Now, ideally, if a shop is operating fairly, then the education will be provided. You'll provide at least the bare minimum of, hey, just as an understanding, this is the risks involved, so to speak. You don't have to go into super depth and like detail every outcome, but at the same time, be like, hey, just understand, this is basically generally what comes out of this box on average. Some are going to be better, some are going to be worse. How you do depends on how lucky you're feeling and the fates of the card gods.
So go ahead, Eric.
Just real quick, because I want to piggyback that. We have people come in and ask us what's in this product. It's, they want us to tell them, oh, yeah, that one has this stuff and that stuff, and the odds are pretty good. And we've seen, they want all this. They want to get all this information out of us before they make a decision. And I got to be honest, I have literally seen people that I work with say, yeah, don't buy that. Or, buy this one instead. And it's either the same amount, maybe literally a couple of dollars more or a couple of dollars less. We really do try to get people into what they're looking for and what is good for them. And you can tell by what they're asking, so what are my chances of getting this? And if the odds are on the package, we'll sit there and read it to them and go over some of it. I think
You
that's part
can't
of the
read.
job. All right, I said we, not me. We as employees of the shop, other people besides me.
Excellent points. Yep, Yannick, he needs his fix. Bob Jackson says, I heard Brady and Belichick hack their headsets until Wilson to run play call. Hashtag big if true. Hashtag Belichick. Hashtag Brady sucks eggs. Valid hashtags. Hockey 99 says, I don't understand why people collect cards. We're fools. Like the people who didn't fear the Dutch. Fools!
I suck. I'd rather just buy the card I want.
Yep.
And be disappointed by having it,
Well, you could always buy a Mike Trout card and be disappointed no matter what happens.
That's true.
Just throwing it out there.
That's true.
Good evening, Kevin. Yannick! Just a quick reminder, this is DR. Thanks for the great conversation. Mindfulness in the hobby is awesome. Good stuff. Thank you. Appreciate it. Eric, making a living at the hobby we all love. True.
I don't know about making a living.
So,
but,
Eric, where do you draw the line, let's say, in that regard? I'm coming in, I don't say anything, and I'm me. Basically, now you're like, yeah, this guy doesn't really know what he's talking about.
No, if you're you, Eric says, fuck you.
Take advantage of the French guy.
No, I was gonna say if it's you, he goes fuck you, and then he makes some slurs about poutine, and then it just basically that's how the conversation goes.
Chocolate stick poutine outside right now.
No, that is an unwritten rule that we all know. Comes from the top down. If a Frenchie walks in, we screw him. That's it.
Okay, give me the address. I'm coming in next week. No, I was gonna say we're like what dollar type are we like? No, let's start that again. It's not like you're gonna give the warning, hey buddy, like you should think twice before opening this. But do you go by you can tell the guy's burning, money's burning, he needs to spend it, and you're like, well, maybe you have a better chance with this one.
Yeah.
Or maybe you it's like when you go.
So Eric, I'm not going to answer for you.
I'm
not going to answer for you, but when I would used to help out folks with tables at shows, my first question is what are you trying to do?
Yes.
Like the simplest question, what are you trying to accomplish? What do you like? Because sometimes the answer is you got $100? You want to spend $100? Well, there's a box there full of singles, and you can probably get the player you want and grab yourself a stack. And if you get a bunch, we can probably make you a deal. You're probably going to get better bang for your buck and get kind of what you want. Versus, yes, opening this box, you might pull something amazing. You might pull a dud. If you just feel like gambling, there you go. That's an option if you feel like gambling. But if you specifically like this player, whatever, we literally have a box full of cards for this guy. You can go sort through the box, and we can probably cut you a deal. And there you go. You're gonna get exactly what you want and walk out of here with exactly what you want, and we still make the money either way.
I guess I never got the concept. You go to your LCS and you just walk to the counter, and without even. You just say, here's $200, give me something. Like the guy won't even I like this.
Rich people will do that. It's almost like walking into a fancy restaurant and looking at the maitre d' and say, surprise me. So wealthy people can do that. And we had wealthy people that come in and just be like, I'm looking to spend this. Just pick something out for me.
I never got that, man. I hear this. I see, I'm like, who the hell goes somewhere and says, take my money, give me something?
Rich people. You and I can't.
Dumb people. That's the difference. Dumb people.
They got their money somehow. They can't be that dumb.
Nah. A lot of rich people are dumb. I'm sorry.
But if they're regular customers and they trust us and they know that we haven't led them astray, they'll just be like, just tell me what to buy. And then,
guess so.
And then, like Carlos again, I got to give him credit. He's really on fire tonight. The big question is what are you trying to accomplish? What are you looking for?
Who are we anyway to judge any of this? Because let's be all real here. We won't spend $20 on the T-shirt. You're like, man, that's way too much. But we're all going to spend $200 on the cart.
Unless you are and I'm being serious. unless you're a vintage T-shirt collector, and you'll spend $500 on a T-shirt.
True. If it's like, you know, Dukes of Hazzard or
I love Dukes of Hazzard, man. I was just at a Comic-Con last weekend with my daughter, and we went into this guy's, table, little, kind of a box 3-table situation, and sitting there was this die-cast mint condition General Lee. I mean, it's a freaking 69 Charger. Man. I mean, I'm just like, oh my God, there's no way I can justify giving this guy $70, but I want to so bad.
It's the closest you'll ever get to own one.
Oh my God. I mean, this thing is you know what I'm talking about. We're talking die cast. Every single aspect of the vehicle is spot on. Yeah. It was just gorgeous. And the paint job on it was perfect. I mean, this was my childhood. I still remember that was on it Friday nights. Friday nights was Dukes of Hazzard night in my house.
No, I watched Dukes, but I was more on the rerun. A little younger.
Yeah. Basically, you're trying to say Eric's old. Which is we've stated
so he's not that old. I'm kind of close to him, but not.
Well, my birthday's Tuesday, so I'm getting further away.
Yeah, well, mine was just this week, so we're failing to get there.
Hey, congratulations, Yannick! Happy birthday! You're less old than Eric.
Yeah.
Yep, you're
still
young.
43 this week.
There you go. Yeah. Okay, so real quick here, I'm gonna read a couple of these. So a couple questions for you, Eric. Oh, sorry, let me do this one first. Eric, do you see people being misled on YouTube and as a result making fools of themselves? So are you feeling some influence from the hashtag influencers or creating some issues in that regard?
Yes, but I want to say this the correct way. It's newbies or people, and I'm using this word as it's defined, not as an insult, because I know this word I'm about to use has become an insult, but I want to use it as it's defined. People who are ignorant to the hot, meaning uneducated, have not experienced in the past. They went to YouTube to try to find some information before they came in.
Hello.
And sometimes that information is very misleading, or they misunderstood it, or they didn't get the full picture of what the information was about. I can't say that I've had experienced collectors come in and say, well, I was watching YouTube person A and they said, and that's what has to happen right here. That doesn't happen.
So you never had the Dapsman said I need to buy this.
I have not.
Damn.
Shame. Lack of Dapsman influence. That's sad.
I had one guy come in a few weeks ago that said some weird French dude kept saying collect Montreal Expo stuff, and he bought all the Expo stuff up. And I think that it was like multiple carloads, and I think we ended up charging him like, I don't know, $5.
He was like he showed up on a special short bus, did he?
Yeah, it's like $5 worth of stuff, and it filled up two cars worth. But it was
by the pound rate's excellent. The pallet rate, superb.
Well, since you had the short bus, anyway, you could have filled the whole thing up. So
yeah.
So Bob here says, Eric, how many credit card declines have you experienced? Where somebody tries to use the card and it gets declined?
Surprisingly few. And then the times that it's happened, they've either pulled out a wad of cash or they've pulled out another card. And we just had somebody do that recently. I think it was maybe Monday that they wanted to pay a little bit with this card, a little bit on this card, and a little bit of cash. And when they left, we're all like, that dude has got themselves in big trouble.
empty bottles.
You should not be in here buying product if that is going on with your finances. And we have people that come in and say, can I give you like 75% of the cash for this, whatever it is today, and then like next week when I get my paycheck, I'll pay you the rest. And we're like, no,
Yes.
You know, and then when they leave, it's like, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, you shouldn't be in a card shop blowing $300 on anything, whether it be sports memorabilia, cards, single cards, boxes. What, you shouldn't be here. So I guess we do kind of, in that frame. I mean, I think it's more of a financial thing. Like, we know we're never going to see you again, and you're not good. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're not good for giving us that last 25%. But that is
Did
a
you
way.
give him the cards first or no?
Well,
No.
here's the thing. Like most of the places I've been
We'll
to,
hold them for you. Come back next week. We'll hold them for you.
that's just it. It's one of those things where if it's a deposit, you know, a non-refundable deposit, I've seen places try to play that because they say, all right, fine, we'll take your money, but if you want the product, you have to come back and pay the balance. Otherwise, we still own the product. So Bob Jackson says here, tell them what to buy. 92.93 Pro Set Platinum, a whole pallet.
They're undervalued, I think.
If it's a Vinnie Vincent Invasion T-shirt, Eric Petite thousands. True.
Oh my god.
I like that Dunkachino's feeling it tonight. Usually we get the one comment, but tonight we got a couple extras here. So Dunkachino, appreciate you. Good evening. Seahawks would have won the Super Bowl.
Should have won.
Let me see here. Should have won Super Bowl. Let me see. It was it's 44.
Yeah.
I had to get through my Roman numerals again. It was 44.
I agree. They should have, but thank God they didn't.
There you go. And that's facts. Hashtag facts. Kevin says, Carlos, how was the half day? Excellent, buddy. Excellent. I was very tired today, though. I didn't sleep very much prior, so it was a bit of a slog, but it was good. It was good. I was able to finish, had some good conversations with some folks, had a virtual coffee with one of my colleagues before we finished up, had a nice little chat, and exchanged some contact information. There's just some folks that I want to keep in touch with a little bit here and there, but after I finished up, I shot up the last email, put all the things together, I go, all right, there's all the stuff I finished. I cleared all this. This is what's left. Good luck. Let me know how it turns out.
So long.
Yep. Cisse, good evening.
Voyage.
I am wearing a Team Panama jersey from the World Baseball Classic in 09. So that's the 09 version of this one. We got that back then.
And why don't you have it from the last World Baseball Classic, Carlos?
Because they weren't as good as Rando Team Israel, Chinese Taipei, and some other one probably. Yeah. They were allowed in the first two, basically, as one of the founding countries. And then afterwards, it's like, you guys kind of suck. You've never won a game. Yes, true. So you're going to have to qualify. Crap. Now, in fairness, this year they qualified. They went and did it through the method you had to. You qualified. They got in. And they have, in fact, won a game. So this year is the first year, I believe. I believe this is the first game they have ever won in the World Baseball Classic. The fourth attempt.
They only scored runs before that. That's it.
Yep. Well, look, they should have beaten Cuba the first year. The first year they actually were in position to beat Cuba, and they were in extra innings, and they should have beaten Cuba. That is where the Rivera family is permanently excommunicated.
Right.
They failed us.
Did the team go absolutely berserk when they won a game? Like doused with Gatorade and all that stuff? Or
this version, I think they've cycled through the players. Remember the first one was 06. So right now,
I'm talking about
the first. No, but what I'm saying is the first series was 06. The national team is cycled now. I don't think anybody from the 06 team or even the 09 team, I don't think any of them are still playing. So it's like, it's a completely different team. So from their perspective, they're probably going at it fresh. Let's put it this way. They're thinking less like the Boston Red Sox of the past and more like the 04 team is like, we haven't been here for much of the rest of that bullshit. We don't care about 1986. We're going to do our thing. So that frees you up to just be like, I'm not worried about the past. My job is to do my job today. I do my job and we win. Good to go. So
your country's first national win.
Well, the first national win in this tournament. Don't forget, there have been other international tournaments. Panama has had success in the past in other tournaments. But the problem is the World Baseball Classic. Remember, you got major leaguers in there.
Right.
It's not just you can have a team that does decent internationally. They have players who do play in like the Cuban League and the Dominican Republic League. They have some success. And even in the first couple of iterations, they had major leaguers who were playing on that team. But the problem is, okay, so who are my best players in the first iteration? Carlos Lee. Carlos Lee played for years in the major leagues. I think he had 300 career home runs. He's pretty good, not bad. Pitcher Bruce Chen. Bruce Chen was an effective pitcher for many years, but he wasn't like a frontline starter. But he was easily their best starter. No joke. In the first iteration, they had a kid come in relief, and I think he threw like 72 on the gun. That was a fastball, and I'm like, when I was 13, I could throw 68 on the gun.
Eric can throw faster.
Yeah, like it's like when I was 13. I was like,
I have a torn rotator cuff. I can't throw at all.
yeah. Now it's 6.8 on the gun.
I'd be lucky, and then I'd have to go to the hospital.
It's kind of like a
We'll
shot
just
put.
give you a potato gun, Eric.
Yeah, he just kind of is a shot put. I like hearing that one should work as the card's being swiped. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
We have heard that. Yep.
Yep. Bob Jackson's got the Van Halen reference. Yes, indeed.
You heard the story that Shaq tells the story that his $80,000 at Walmart swipe got declined, and he had to,
Oh, okay.
yeah, $80,000 at Walmart. And he's like, decline. He's like, hang on. And he pulls this card. He goes, try to get 80 grand.
So I like this idea. I think if I had been in a better mood with this particular workplace, I totally would have done that. Because I can tell you at the bank where I was before, I totally did that. I definitely did that to my colleagues on the last day quite a bit. It was a lot of fun for me. This one, I was honestly more than anything, like I'm not even joking. The reason I left is because I was frustrated with a lot of things, long story short, and I was more than anything relieved to be done. Like I was just kind of like, I am done. I just want to get this over with. And the day before we had like a team meeting that I did come into the office for, and the managers took their time to like try to say nice things. And I was like, guys, I don't really care. Just run the meeting like normal. Let us do the thing and get out of here. You all know I'm getting out of here anyway.
I'm not changing my mind.
Well, the thing is, it wasn't about changing your mind. It was about looking good.
Yeah.
They just want to make it look like good terms. Like, guys, we're not on good terms. Like, there's a reason I want out of here. And the people that are talking are part of it. Just letting you know. I just stared at some of the colleagues that I am friendly with. They were like, "You looked really irritated and uncomfortable with this." Like it's incredibly awkward listening to them say things that they don't mean, and it's so obvious. It's a waste of my time.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, I was like, guys, don't even pretend. There's no reason to.
Yep.
So Black Box Hobby, good evening. The last guy I know that left his job without having another job lined up ended up being an executive at a grading company. There you go. Hey, we could work our way up.
You see what you encourage?
What? Who do you think he's talking about?
Nice coaster.
Thank you.
Yannick, behave yourself.
Excellent comment. Superb. Dr. Cheeto, yeah, Carlos, I'm here and feeling it, as you say. Too bad the Seahawks didn't feel like running the ball in the Super Bowl for the win. It's all good, man. It's all good. Much love, much respect. It's all good.
Marshall Lynch, man.
Appreciate it. I appreciate it. But yes, I know it's sometimes it is what it is. But like I said, I'm taking it as I'm really looking forward to having a little bit of a chance to recharge some batteries. That's really what I wanted to do above all else. So I'm going to take advantage of that. And then yeah, but I'm not planning on resting on my laurels. I kind of want to have some stuff to do. I'm going to work on some stuff around here and focus on some of the other things. And honestly, part of it is also I'm going to like ramp up some of my eBay stuff too, because hey, I want to still get some productive stuff done. And then I'm also going to be studying for a little bit and working on some of the other things, and then try to get back in, talk to some people that I know, do a little bit of networking, and you never know. Because I was telling one of the conversations I was having, I was saying 2 of the last 3 jobs that I've taken over the last several years, somebody reached out to me. I didn't apply for it. So sometimes stuff happens. Again, when you're not trying to get in the way, you're not trying to interfere. And the other one I applied for. So I'm going to do a little bit of both. I'm going to talk to some folks, and I'm also going to apply for some stuff, but I'm not going to spend too much time worrying about it. I'm just going to do what I need to do. That way I'm focused on the more important things.
Come see full time flipping all day.
Oh, yes. They're trying to keep the bridge extended for down the road. Sorry, go ahead.
You want to come to Massachusetts and work at New England's largest sports memorabilia and card shop?
Only if I can damage Bobby Orr sticks. I've been told that's allowed.
Nope. You did not pass the interview process. I'm sorry.
Do I have
Please
to show the
leave
footage?
now.
Do I have to find the footage? I happen to know people who work there currently who do that.
Who do what?
Who I said I can find people already on video who do that kind of thing.
Yes, true.
Yeah, it was like, I'm sorry, that doesn't seem like a disqualification conversation to me.
I have a couple of his autographs.
There you go. Nice, nice, nice.
Being
That's the beauty of the internet, Eric. The internet never
Yeah, no, it's
forgets.
clever. I know. I should have started over, but I was like, what the hell? Now I regret it.
There you go. That's right.
My office is too small to hold up a hockey stick and try to move it around.
There you go. All right, folks. So, question: we've actually covered a fair bit of ground tonight. We've had some good topics and everything else, and I kind of have the game going on the side, so I've kind of been watching it. So, Josh was asking about that. So, yes, I have been watching it a little bit on the side there.
I haven't. I forgot. It's been going on
Yeah.
for about an hour now.
Yeah. So right now it's I think Panama's up right now. So they're playing Italia. So we'll see. Now the thing is, even if they win, that would make them 2-2. So I think they'd have to have some help from some of the other teams to in the round robin. But we'll see. Like, look again. I'm just happy this year. Honestly, even the games they've lost for the most part, the game against Cuba was pretty one-sided because Cuba. I think Cuba was mad that they had lost 2 in a row. Like,
Yeah.
and they were really pissed off. But for the most part, all the other games have been competitive. They've been in the hunt in all the other games. So it's like, okay.
The only one I missed, I wish I would have watched, was the Australian game. I thought actually it was really good.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward. I'll tell you this. These are the teams that there's some decent teams that are playing right now in the current round robins.
Yeah.
However, this weekend, I didn't get a chance to mention it to Bob.
Today's a big day.
Yeah, exactly. So for
There's like
Saturday,
4 games.
yeah, the Dominican Republic is going to start playing, and that means Juan Soto.
Yep.
So and Dominican's a
Fernando.
good team. Dominican's a really good team. So now they're going to have some. So now you're going to get to see some of the better players play. So I think that's going to be a little bit of fun. No regrets.
No, I guess.
Indeed, indeed. So, folks, we can start winding her down. I think here now.
Yeah,
But question.
just wanted to just say thanks, Carlos. You gave me a great deal on this.
stuff.
You guys have seen this his side of the screen,
Mhm.
and now it now lives with me on this side of the screen. So
Yeah, that is really nice.
it is.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It is better in real life than it is on.
It's in the game. It's one of those.
So that was the Parkhurst. That was the missing link autographs. So this is the early mid '90s one. This is one of the first on card autograph certified autos for Gordy.
I think you showed me that one
Yeah.
at the show the year before that.
And we
Dr.
have
Price, right?
Maurice Richard at work. I look at it every day.
Mhm.
So I think I may have to somehow get my hands on that Maurice Richard.
It's a nice set. There's the really good cards for that particular year. I think the design really stands up.
What? Hey, give me. What's the year again? That thing.
I want to say it's 94. I think. Basically, what you got to do is just do Parkhurst missing link autographs. And like I said, I'm pretty sure it's 94.
doesn't have a date on it. Can you believe that?
Yeah, I just remember because the missing link set came out around that time.
But it is absolutely perfect in every way. The auto is perfect. Just absolutely fantastic. So
Yeah,
just
I
wanted
want
to
a
show
Gordy
everybody.
autograph.
Yeah,
And-
94.5. 94.5.
Yeah. So it's just I'm very excited about it. So thank you, sir.
No worries, no
Very
worries.
Well done.
Yeah, it was one of those things where I picked it up originally with the thought in the back of my head of maybe doing the project. I thought about maybe doing the set, but I've got too many projects right now. So it's one of those things where it's like, okay, look, that goes back to a conversation we had a couple of weeks back. I have some good stuff that's sitting around in boxes and in different places. But the thing is, if it doesn't serve me or it's not a project that I'm going to continue working on, then literally I'm leaving money on the table. Like, what good is it doing me then? And I'm like, well, okay, I could. And literally, I took the money that we came to that deal with, and I used it to pay for a different card that I wanted. So it's like, okay, so this is going to serve my purpose, and it'll work with what I'm doing. And then you got the card, and there you go. It's got a home, and now it's good to go. What happened to the card? Why is it upside down?
It's not upside down.
I gotta ask Eric, why do you put cards in the holders upside down? When did it start? Is it just out of habit now?
First of all, where does it say anywhere on this holder which way is up? There's no arrow. It doesn't say anything. And when you put them all in a monster box or any type of box, this looks horrible. So this looks a lot cleaner when they're all in a box.
Okay, flip it. Show me the front of the card again. This way. Okay, so let me ask you. You hold it this way. You open it up right now. Which way the card going? Down? Right?
How
I
dare
don't-
you bring gravity into this?
I don't open them like this. I put them down flat on the
Well,
on the
of course.
table.
All right, never mind.
So Jeff says that's a nice
Shelbyville,
Gordy.
right?
I've never had an issue. It's been a long time.
You have a lot of issues. Not pertaining to that, but you have a lot of issues.
I
So
do.
Jeff says that's a nice Gordy, and like,
It is.
and it was a clean copy. So when I sent you the picture, that's why I say that's a clean copy. I know that for a fact because I scouted it when I picked it up
How
originally.
long you had that one? Like a while?
A couple of years.
Oh,
It's been a little bit. Yeah, it's been like I said originally. I've got that one, and I've got the. So you remember the Tall Boy one as well? There was a Tall Boy one from the Missing Link as well, and I have the Phil Esposito from that one. So I grabbed a couple of them right around the same time. But again, it was in the back of my head. I was thinking about doing that project because they're nice cards. They're on card autographs. They're nice and clean. The design for that one. Technically, if you look at it, it's just a picture. So
Yeah.
it makes it nice and clean. There's a spot where the autograph fits nicely, and it's about as clean an autograph as you're
And
gonna get.
it's a full white background, so Gordy in this red just really pops.
Yeah, and also
look
in
at the
1994, Gordy was old, but he wasn't old like later. Like he was still signing that autograph is not shaky. Not like some of the later autographs. That's still an early days certified autograph for him. So it's a lot of those are really clean.
He only been out of the league for 14 years.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Like at that point, he was still young enough that he was still signing a lot of stuff, and his autographs was still holding up very well. It would be later that obviously his autograph would start to degrade as he got older and his health started failing him.
Yeah.
So if you can get an earlier Gordie Howe autograph from the late 90s, mid 90s ish, you're probably going to get some of the cleaner autographs on those cards that you're going to get.
I would argue with anybody if they told me they had a nicer Gordie Howe autograph. That thing is beautiful. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 that I can see at the moment around me. There's probably more I'm missing, but so that's 8. And this is the nicest one out of all of them.
And it has the pedigree of coming from the sworn enemy of the Dutch.
Can't get any better than
That's
this.
provenance. That's provenance, sir.
I think I need you to write me a letter like that. So if I ever go to sell it, I can get double the price.
I think what's going to happen is we're going to get you to grade it, and we're going to put it from the Because I'm Carlos collection, from the BIC collection,
Yes.
and you will have the provenance built right into the label.
I love it.
It's gonna be a brand though.
I get the reason for better viewing in a box, Eric. I only use top loader for stuff in boxes. There you go. Fair enough.
So what do you do with the? No, all right. This is turning into a real,
We're having a philosophical debate on the holders.
So what do you do with all of these if they're not in boxes? What do you do with them? Like, I don't get it. Where do these go? If you have cards in mag holders, where do you? How
You
do
don't have the ability to levitate them with your mind?
Yeah, I don't. Where the hell else do you put them? So
In
now I
space.
need to know.
They free float.
Oh, well, there you go.
Things are floating.
Yeah, just free float.
There you go. He doesn't
Floating
use-
mags, floating heads.
Fine.
There's a lot of floating going on.
Stop it. So, all right, Bob, that makes sense. You don't use them. That's fine. That's why you don't have any.
Yep. All right. Question, folks. As we start to wind her down here, is there anything else that we have not already touched on that you guys want to touch on here at the very end? I'm open to if we want to throw something in there. Otherwise, we'll start winding her down and we'll give you the start to your weekend. I use the ones I get in the mail to level my desk. There you go.
That's funny, Bob. You're always good for a couple of good laughs. That's good.
Any other rickety furniture? Boom, magnetic. Love it.
You know what's the last time we talked about the slap shop?
Oh, the
Ken
slap
Golden.
chop. Yes.
Yeah, the slap chop. There
Yeah, that was during the infomercial era, the infamous infomercial era. Yes.
slap chop your troubles away.
It was going to be either him or Billy Mays.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's one of those like the thing is, Yannick, I still have it.
Oh, I know you do. I don't know why it just popped in my brain there. It's been a while, man.
Yannick's sitting there minding his business, thinking about magnetics, free floating magnetics, and all of a sudden, what goes through Yannick's mind?
Hi, it's Fitz with Slap Chop. You're gonna be in a great mood all day because you're gonna be slapping your troubles away with the Slap Chop. Now look, here's a potato. One slap, you got big chunks for stews. Two slaps, home fries in a second. And look at this. When you add a mushroom, the more you do it, the finer it gets. You don't have to switch any blades. Now,
I think we need to try the chocolate stick in there.
You're gonna chop the chocolate stick?
Chop it up so I can like just snort it like cocaine.
Well, that's probably what happened. I actually have a drawer on my desk full of top loaders and magnetic screw downs I've gotten cards in. Honestly, if they're not damaged, there are probably some people who would take them off your hands. Like, especially the magnetics, because a lot of folks, again, some of them do get scratched up pretty badly. So, you know, those ones are going to be tough. They're a little scuffed up. But if they're fairly clean, I'm sure some people would probably take them off your hands and give you a couple bucks for them.
We sell used ones.
I
People
believe it.
People will buy them because they can get them cheaper. I mean, I don't want one that's all banged up and beaten up, and they only cost, you know, $2 or $3 a piece. But yeah, people.
Well, they're better now because when we had the boom, the price on those actually went up quite a bit because they were constantly out of stock. Now they're kind of back to a more normal price point, and we can get our hands on them pretty easily, and it's fine.
When I was in Texas and I bought a Ken Dryden rookie in San Antonio, part of the negotiation, and this was during the boom, during the major pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the negotiation was giving me a free mag holder to put the card in. That's how bad it was.
Mm-hmm.
That was part of the negotiation. I never thought I'd see the day. Usually people, you know, just give it, just take it. You know, you bought an expensive card here.
I never thought you had to negotiate your top loader, penny sleeve, or magnetic holder.
Yeah.
Well, no, look, it wasn't a negotiation thing. Like, look, I'll give you like a real story. One of the things that was like a chronic thing during that era was that people would do an eBay lot, and they would take the picture of the card, and it would be in a magnetic or a one touch, and then it would arrive for you in a top loader. And I'm sitting there like, why then is it in a magnetic when you're taking a picture of it and trying to sell it, and then you're pocketing the magnetic and throwing it in the top loader? Now, you can argue, correctly so,
I guess.
that, well, here's the thing though. There were cases sometimes where they say it would come in a magnetic and they would still put it in a top loader. They basically just wanted to keep it. They basically just wanted to have their cake. Like, at the end of the day, you're not going to yell at somebody over that. Like, it'd be really annoying. But at the same time, it's like, dude, I paid for the package. You literally are offering me you're showing me this image that you took of this item, and it's already in the holder. Just leave it in the holder.
I got so many cards during that time. You know, they were in expensive cards. All they were in would be a penny sleeve with 2 pieces of cardboard pressed and taped, because they either didn't have plastic or they weren't gonna send it because they needed it.
Yep.
So I was getting cards just basically completely raw, just jammed up with cardboard.
Mm-hmm. So Bob here is saying, what irks you the most when receiving a card? Scotch tape, old scratch top loader, super old / yellowed holder. I'll tell you the one that bugged me a lot. I would get a card in a top loader, and they wouldn't bother to put it in a penny sleeve. They would literally just leave it free floating in a top loader and then kind of hope for the best. I'm sitting there like, really? It doesn't take much to shake it and damage the edges. Like, it's not like it would take much. It's not like the Postal Service is, you know, gentle.
Yeah.
They throw the stuff around in the boxes everywhere.
So this is the worst that I had. Oh, the boss is here.
How's it going, Charity? How are you?
She can't probably hear you. How are you?
Hi, guys. I'm going upstairs. I love you.
So the worst I got, and it happened 2 times. I opened the envelope. The card is in a top loader.
Mm-hmm.
No penny sleeve.
Mm-hmm.
And it's for thicker cards.
Right.
So as soon as I pull the thing out, the thing falls out and hits the floor.
Yep. Basic care and basic maintenance. A lot of it was very clear during that time period. There were a lot of folks who really hadn't been dealing in cards because they clearly didn't know how to. And I can't even blame it on them trying to be cheap because it's a penny sleeve. Even at that point, it's a penny sleeve. And it was like, you clearly don't know how to store these cards, and you certainly don't know how to ship these cards because it's very clear to me from the way you're packaging the stuff that it's like,
Oh yeah,
it's not rocket science. It's not that difficult.
right.
And there's a lot of very streamlined ways you can do it that still make it work and it'll be fine. Again, if it's a $2 card, I'm not expecting you to kill yourself and like go out of your way to like bundle it up, package it. But there are things you can do, like real basic things that help. And it's like a little bit extra. Why do you think people throw in those extra singles to make it a little more rigid? They'll
Yeah.
just grab a couple of those ones. Well, then, those base cards you don't even care about or you don't want to do anything with, grab a couple. Throw a couple on one side, throw a couple on the other side. It helps with rigidity a little bit. It doesn't add too much weight, which is fine. And there you go. Just common sense. Those are the tips.
Yeah,
Anyway.
and Bob's going the opposite. He's going cards thicker than the holder. I was going the holder was wider than the card, and the card would fall out.
Which made it super loose, and then
Yeah.
the card could just fly out.
Right, and they didn't even put which I'm glad they didn't. They didn't put tape over the top because then when the card slid, it would get on the tape. Just idiots.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Rule number 1.
True statements.
The KISS method, right?
Yeah, well, in that case, honestly, for me, the simplest thing in the world, I love using team bags. For me, team bags are a really easy way to just put the card in position, and I tape the team bag to like the invoice or whatever so that it kind of holds in position, and then you use the piece of paper to kind of position it inside of the bubble mailer. And there you go, you're minimizing the amount of movement. You don't have to go too crazy. It's like, don't make your life hard, make it easy, but still protect the card. That's what you're trying to do. Just protect the card. And then the person gets it in one piece, and then they're happy.
Oh, come freaking Bob.
I like it, Bob.
Bob, we were having a good discussion. You were really participating. You even cracked a joke. We were going back and forth about how we store our cards. We're having a real good time. And then you had to go and ruin it. Let's just end the show. I'm done. Stupid.
Last word for Bob. Make sure you don't use the mailers that are too small, or they'll fall into the sorting machine and get chewed up. True. There is a science to kind of getting it right, trying to find the right balance of keeping the package light enough so that you're not overpaying to the best of your ability, and also making sure that it doesn't get destroyed. There is a delicate balance there to be had, and it's a little bit trickier than a lot of people think. But anyway. All right, folks, thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you and the comments. So that's been really good. Thank you to Yannick for joining in. Thank you to Brad for being a little early on.
Thanks
and
for
Bobbles,
having
of
me.
course. And Bobbles, of course. So thank everybody for that. And some really good conversations and some proper slander of the Dutch,
Of course.
which always a good place to be. Always a good place. Anyway, for those of you on the West Coast, you still got a little time. Name, you still got time. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. People on the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Enjoy your weekend. We'll catch you in the next one.